face-to-face classes, and in many cases to recreate a learning environment that is 100% virtual. For that, the most of the developed countries or developing countries are not prepared. In fact, this is a crucial time for the education sector, which are all paused for many months now. COVID-19 has directly impacted more than 1.2 billion children in 186 countries and about 285 million young learners in India, with far-reaching economic and societal consequences. According to the latest figures released by UNESCO, some around 1.3 billion learners around the world were not able to attend schools and universities as of till March 2020. So we need to see what is the effect of COVID-19 globally. If you, what is the status actually of mm, status of education? If you see the chart, approximately 1.7 billion learners are currently affected due to schools closures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Learners affected by schools and closures caused by COVID-19 till 30th September 2020, red color, okay, countrywide school closures shows in red color, partial school closures shows in yellow color, no school closures shows in dark blue color, academic break shows in light blue color, no data available shows in gray color. The graph shows that the impact of COVID-19 on educational sectors across the globe. In response to school closures, UNESCO recommend that the use of distance online learning programs and open educational applications that teachers can use to reach learners remotely and limit to the distribution of education. So for that, we need to see what is the status of online education during COVID-19. If you want to see status of online education across the globe, not only concerned with India. So the lockdown has accelerated adaptation of digital technology since the COVID-19 pandemic has disturb the normal lifestyles, and that's why we are taking webinars on the new normals, like across the globe. And education sector is no more exception for it. So amongst many institutions, schools and universities have shifted their base to virtual platforms to conduct classes online. Consequently, various stakeholders are trying their best to assist each other by smarten up their existing online platforms, applications, and providing training to teachers to use these applications and platforms for the optimal level. Moreover, this is an ideal time to experiment and deploy new tools to make educational delivery meaningful to students who can't go to the campuses right now. So it's a chance to be more efficient and productive while developing new and improved professional skills through online learning and assessment. In India, we have been conducting online examinations and classes since March 2020. So we have taken online classes as well as examination last year, final examination too, because for that I would like to throw light on what is the status of users of internet in India. First, if you see the internet has grown widely in all parts of the world in what is termed as the digital age. Asia has shown impressive growth. trends in the last 10 years. In India, internet penetration in the last 10 years has jumped from the 5 million to 730 million by 2020. We are the second largest users of internet after China. It is expected to grow up to 829 million in the next year. The main reason for the growth of internet users in India is the increase of number of smartphones. This is the one of the topmost reason that we are accelerating the use of digital age. According to a report, the number of smartphone users will be doubled by 2020 and 22. A lot of research is taking place to understand the pros and cons of online education in comparison to face education. In India, there are lots of benefits and challenges for online education. Not only it is concerned to India, but there are lot of benefits and challenges in for online teaching is concerned. Let us throw light on benefits of online education. If you see the benefits of online education, the internet and technology have made the world so small that just a click makes everything possible. Even our educational system is not untouched by this development. The educational system is experiencing unexplored reliance. Over the years, technological advancement have made the world realize that it's a boon with the n number of advantages. Let us look at few advantages that online education offers: flexibility, accessibility, global knowledge, students control study time, uh, chance for interaction, cost effective, better opportunity, student centered. Besides that, there are number of benefits of online educations. Online educations, online education, we can say online education. There are a number of pros for online education that we can see here, that online education saves money and time, networking opportunities, access to expertise. Online classes allow the sharing of expertise that helps more people have access to education that is not readily available in certain geographical locations. So there are another other benefits like large variety of courses to choose from, like from MOOC courses. The MOOC courses are available in various platforms like Coursera, Khan Academy, and in India, Swam platform is there. So online education is eco-friendly. Join virtual study groups. We can join through Google Hangouts, Lumina's group. Then there are several organizations, IATFL. For that, we can join various study groups. We can review course materials repeatedly at any time, because we can watch videos, podcasts, written materials to reinforce and to make online quizzes and exams and get your score immediately. It is the latest benefit of online education system. So in short, online courses are convenient, offer flexibility, bring education right to our home, offer more individual attention, help us to meet interesting people, give us a real world experience by sitting at our home, promote lifelong learning, student centric activities are there, have financial benefits, teach us to be self disciplined, and connect you to the global experts. So these are the benefits of online education. Let us look at what are the challenges of online education system uh, across the globe. The most important cons of online education system is that equality and accessibility to technology. What it means? Before any online program can hope to succeed, it must have students who are accessible to the technology. Lack of access, whether it be for economical or logistic reasons, will exclude eligible students from the course. This is a significant issue in rural and lower socio-economical strata of the society across the globe. Second important challenge in front of all of us is that, and that is what this webinar is all about, internet connectivity problem. Even with this impressive numbers of users of internet, level of connectivity still has to improve considerably, especially in the South Asian countries. However, there is an internet connectivity problem in many countries across the globe. Like the expressions like, am I audible? Can you see me? Are the common questions in online education because of this internet connectivity problem. To add on, there are no infrastructure, affordable devices, data plans, especially in South Asian Asia, we can say. The next important global challenge in front of all of us is digital literacy. Both students and facilitators must possess a minimum level of computer knowledge and various applications in order to function successfully in an online environment across the globe. If they do not possess these technological tools and applications, that which I am going to talk about in latter part of my talk, they will not succeed in any online program. A student or faculty members who cannot function on the system will drag the entire program down, and this is the biggest challenge across the globe, that we need to train students as well as facilitators to have the digital literacy over various technological tools and applications. The next important challenge in front of all of us is limitations of technology. User friendly, more particularly user friendly and reliable technology is critical to a successful online program. However, even the most sophisticated technological applications like Twitter, Facebook have been hacked for several times. There are several cases where data have been getting hacked. So we need sophisticated and reliable technology, uh, which lacks in the current scenario, but we are overcoming with certain kind of cons during this time. The next challenge in front of all of us is inability to focus on screen. That's why one of the good thing in this webinar is that we took breaks. But for many students, one of the biggest challenge for those who are listening, I'm damn sure that when I have logged in to Zoom in the first part of our webinar, there were more than 140 participants were present. But look at the participants, the number of participants now is reduced to 70. It shows inability to focus on screens, and it is the biggest challenge. For many students, one of the biggest challenges of online learning is the struggle with focusing on the screen for long periods of time. With online learning, there is also a greater chance for students to be easily distracted by social media or other sites. And I'm sure because many of them are listening through YouTube. The next challenge in front of all of us is that sense of isolation. Student, look at where I am sitting at my home delivering a talk, and I'm speaking in front of a screen, and students who are sitting at their home listening to me across the globe. So sense of isolation is there. This is the biggest challenge in front of all of us, is that students can learn a lot from being in the company of their peers, friends. However, in an online classroom, there are minimum physical interactions between students and teachers. This often results in the sense of isolation for the students. And the another biggest challenge is our health issues. Many parents are concerned about the health hazards of having their children spend so many hours staring at a screen. This increase in screen time is one of the biggest concerns and disadvantages of online learning. We have the problem of eyesight or ear problem and back pain problem. There are so many. Sometimes students also develop bad posture and other physical problems due to the staying for a longer duration of time in front of a screen. The another biggest challenge is lack of practical based learning. E-learning or online education cannot replace the knowledge that comes through first-hand on experience. Online learning is often theory-based and lack practical-based learning. The another biggest challenge is cheating is easier in online education because we are not sure about the person who is listening on the other side, whether he is listening to us or not, whether the one who is giving exam is the person. uh, while it is not clear whether online students do enact cheat more than face-to-face students, the truth is that it is more difficult to monitor who is taking a test. We are not sure about that. So this is the one of the biggest challenge in front of all of us. And the last important challenge which I have found is online courses are not available for all subjects, particularly for practical based subjects. So these are the challenges. Even though these are the challenges, but still we need to overcome uh, all these challenges, and how to conquer the cons of online educations. First, I think to give the students plenty of breaks from the screen to refresh their mind and their body. But it is biggest challenge to come look at the number of participants who were listening in the for first 2 3 hours. It will reduce slowly afterwards. So uh, we need to give breaks, and we need to make our classes more interesting. For effective assessment, we need to adopt time open book test, shuffled random test questions, plagiarism detective softwares, make online classes more interactive, dynamic, and fun frolic, have the right mix of pre-recorded and live lectures too. Choose online courses that do not require much internal memory or high-speed internet connections, particularly in South Asian countries. If you want your students to really pay attention to you, launch a communication campaign. Raise questions during your talks so that it catches the attention of your audience.
Okay.
So, uh, now there are various applications for educational institutions have done a great thing for the students, making the learning process fun and easier way. So there are various applications. The applications like G Suite. Okay, G Suite is one of the best applications uh, through which the G Suite accounts like Google Forms, Google Classroom, Google Meet, Google Sites. it helps it helps to make educational life easier and more exciting. Quick and easy transition to the cloud, data protection capabilities are there, and easy for implementation, collaboration, and sharing. So we need to use such applications. Moreover, uh, we need to, for as far as the biggest challenge in front of all of us is that of taking a assessment and quizzes and feedback. There are various assessment and feedback applications like Kahoot, Profess, and quizzes, Hot Potatoes, Nearpod, Edmodo, Plickers, which are helpful to encourage students to think critically about their work and to reflect on what they need to do to improve it. They help students see their learning in new ways and gain increased satisfaction from it. Such applications also help to promote dialogue between teachers and students. So we need to, as far as teachers are concerned, we need
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah. I am going to conclude within 2 minutes.
Remaining time around
Within 2 minutes, I'm going to over it. So, in order to make the teaching learning process more interactive, teachers should use all these applications for their presentation skills. Presentations and animation presentations are concerned. There are several applications. There are so many good YouTube channels. We need to select it for our learning process. And yesterday itself, I want to, being Indian, I am very much proud that yesterday itself, Global Teacher Award has been declared. Rajin Singh Disley has won the Global Teacher Award this year. So this is a proud moment for um, most of us, most of the Indians are concerned. He is a Indian village teacher who transformed the life of young girls and promote them with the QR codes textbooks. This is the digital way, and he has rightly pointed out, and I would like to conclude with um, his statement. Teachers are the real change makers who are changing the lives of their students with a mixture of chalk and challenges. They always believe in giving and sharing, and that's why he declared his 50% prize money equally among his top 10 finalists. So this is what we need to do, and we need to adopt this blended kind of a teaching, uh, mixture of both face-to-face learning and online learning. And I would like to conclude with George Course, who rightly pointed out that technology will never replace the great teachers, but technology in the hands of a great teachers can be transformational. Thank you very much, the organization, for giving me an opportunity to share my views in front of such a learned attendees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Present.
Thank you.
With a great presentation.
Thank you.
There are two questions for you,
okay.
But we have a need a rush to use this time because the time is very, very quick. From Abu Bakar Hamzat, said, how do we use online learning on practice-based discourse? And the second,
so that is what I have mentioned in my talk, that it is the biggest challenge in front of all of us. That
in these countries.
Hello.
Excuse me.
May I go ahead with the first question?
Yes, you may. I'm sorry. Yes.
How do we use online learning on practical-based courses?
Yes.
This is the
About 1
question.
minute,
Within 1 minute, I will. I'm damn sure that during my talk, I have talked enough about it is one of the biggest challenge of a practical-based course, how to implement. all the practical based courses in the through online education, particularly because for that still many technological experts are working on various applications through which we can experiment, we can give the first hand kind of things to the students. So right now it is the biggest challenge in front of all of us, particularly the subjects like mathematics and chemistry. We can't give uh, first hand kind of experiment, practical kind of things through online education. What is the second question, ma'am?
Yes, from Nadim said, uh, uh, presence. I mean, Mr. President said the government of India says in especially claim in Delhi say that around 19 or to 92% students having
My,
full access to internet, but
where is
different.
the
What do you
question
think
in
about that?
Nadim's? I think Nadim sir has made certain observations of Delhi government, but I don't find any question in his. So is not a tall claim that has been made. What is that? I didn't get his question. Can you unmute your
Yeah.
Nadim sir to ask his question?
Iya, tapi kan nggak bisa. Yang unmute kan anu tuh, Pak.
Sorry, maybe I can explain about my interpretations. Nadi maybe want to getting some perceptions about the data of students having full access. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
It should be total, sitting on the paradigm,
Yeah.
or
Thank you very much for Nadim sir for
realism?
asking me a question. This is the data, and India right now is the second largest number of users, number of internet users are concerned. But I didn't say that. Still, we need to grow. There are certain rural area in India where still India internet accessibility needs to be reached. I can understand that in metropolitan cities, this access is there, very much there, but still we lack in the number of internet users in India, and it is likely to be grown as we are moving ahead with the because of the mm, prices of low as far as smartphone prices are getting lower and lower each day by day. So uh, still we need to improve. That is what I want to say as far as the number of users are concerned. Thank you, Nadim sir. You have rightly pointed
Thank you
out
very
that,
much.
yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. We
Yeah,
apologize for this because we are quickly
yeah,
to
yeah,
reaching the
yeah, I can
times.
understand,
So
no
it's
problem.
time is over.
Yeah,
Uh, thank you very much, Mr.
thank
President,
you,
for this session.
thank you.
See you next time.
Namaste. Yeah, yeah, sure.
Namaste. Bisa namaste.
Okay, let's
Yes.
go to the next turns for the next speaker two goes to Romel F. Tabula. Is Mr. or Mrs. Tabula is here, already here? Mr. Mr. Romel, is it? Is it Mr. Romel?
I don't think so. He has joined.
Okay. While we waiting him,
Can we ask?
yeah,
Bisa bertanya kan?
yes, maybe Mr. President can continue, or another question can be open from the chatting room. Any question? Or any opinion? Mr. President can.
Yeah, there is one question I can find here in the chat box, that how to improve online education. Okay, online teaching particularly. So what I have already mentioned in my talk is that we need to take plenty of breaks whenever we are teaching for effective assessment and feedback. We need to find out good softwares like plagiarism detective softwares, and we need to take open book test and assessment. Then we need to shuffle test questions so that we can avoid the cons of online educations. Then online courses that do not require much internet memory or high speed internet connections. That is the question which Nadeem sir has raised, that with a solid and simple script, uh, we need to we can download, we need to prepare such kind of courses where you do not have to download any programs or printouts documents, and which can be very much accessible with a lower internet speed. And um, there are n number of good applications are there by which we can make our teaching learning process more interactive. For that, we need another 1 hour to talk about all these presentations, applications, and examination feedback applications. And even we can make use of Microsoft and this G Suite account to make our teaching learning more interesting and effective way. And even this such a Zoom platform is also there by which we can make uh, um, for the video editors we have the OBS. Then screen recorder softwares are there. In somehow we need to make our teaching learning process more interactive. That should be our motive. But I am not saying that we should replace the teachers. Online learning should be seen as a complement, add-on feature, and extension of classical forms of teaching learning process. So technology is just an add-on. No, it cannot replace the actual teachers. Not even the best online course can fully replace the personal contact with the teacher. Even though we are teaching through online, it uh, through, even though you upload videos online, still it is created by teachers itself. So teachers should model the use of technology to support the curriculum so that the learners can increase the true sense of technology in learning their language skills. That is my answer to this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The next question from Mr. Subair. Sir, students are not used to use this technology for study, and how to promote this online application and to teach them, and how can this
Yeah.
application effective
This is
in this way?
this is what I have mentioned in my talk. This is one of the biggest challenge in front of all of us, that we need to train not only to students. I am damn sure about that. Uh, we are the teachers of English language, not of a computer subject. So we need to teach, we need to
Teachers
train
too.
not only students but even to the teachers. We need to train, and we need to give the practical kind of training to use, how to use Zoom application, how to use G Suite applications in the actual classroom teaching learning process. Thank you very much.
Thank you
I
very
am
much.
not sure who has asked this question.
Yes. Maybe this is the end of our session.
But yeah. But we should not. Just I want to add one sentence. But nowadays,
Yes, you may.
students are more capable to use technology than teachers. This is the more important point that we need to, even if my 5 years age old daughter can access my smartphone more easily than me. So we should not worry about students, I think so. We need to train ourselves first in order to make our teaching learning process more effective. Thank you.
So, do you think this is um,
India.
backward on online teaching in India? As you
You
have said, Mr. President.
you from I didn't get you. Backward means what?
Backward.
Okay, backward. No,
Uh,
I don't think
yes.
so. We
As
that's why that's why I have in my talk yesterday a small village person has got this global. Do you know this? Okay, look at this global teacher award. Yesterday itself, it has been awarded to the person Rajit Singh. Okay, and he is a small village teacher, and he has won US $1 million award. So I don't think so. India is backward in online education system because even our village teacher is getting award globally. So Indian village teachers like Rajin Singh Disley, who transformed the life of young girls in a very remote place of India, has named the winner of the Global Teacher Award on 3rd December 2020 in partnership with the UNESCO. So India is no more backward in online education system. Thank you very much.
yes, thank you, sir.
We can move towards the next presenter.
Yes, you may. Yes. This is from Subair says.
No, the next
So new
presenter
generation is more
is he
fast.
available?
No,
Tabula sir is
not here.
available.
Not available.
Terima kasih, Ibu.
Okay, I think it's enough for
Okay.
this time, Mr. President. Nice discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Okay, back to Madam Nilma, because I think Mr. Romal isn't here right
All
now.
right, no more speaker for this second session, right? Yeah, thank you for our moderator, Mrs. Mercelina, and we say thank you for all of the speakers in this second session. And now we will continue to the third session. And in this session also there are 5 keynote speakers too. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, in this third session will be led by Mrs. Elim Trika Sudarsi, MPD, as a moderator. And Mrs. Elim Trika Sudarsi, MPD, also is a lecturer at English Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Toraja. We give the chance to Mrs. Elim Trika Sudarsi to lead this session. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nilma Taulawi as a moderator, who given me opportunity change to lead this session. Yeah, as she said before that there are 5 speakers here. Yes, to shorten the times, yeah, I will invite the first speaker to deliver his or her presentation. The first speaker is Spars Garg. He comes from EduClouds of India. Okay, are you there, Mr. Garg? Okay, yeah, Mr. Garg, yes. He is here with us. So yeah, I give time for you to present your presentation. Okay, time is yours. Sorry, still unmute. Mute, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Perfect. So guys, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Parsh. I like to apologize first of all. I did try to have this background. I don't know why my screen is not allowing. So sorry for that. I'll tell you a bit about myself. So as you know, I look a bit younger to the rest of people here. I usually get this a lot of time before anyone says it. I say it beforehand now. I currently am studying in the UK and I have two different companies that I own. So my first company is Sparshkar Private Limited and my second company is EduClouds. EduClouds is a educational technology based startup in India and we've been running this for the past 6 months. What just happened? Oh, right, cool. See, that's me right there. Perfect. So let me tell you a bit about myself. I am a Google certified level 2 educator. My company is a Google Cloud partner in India. We educate the educators. And interestingly, I haven't even completed my degree yet, but I still do pretty well. I've introduced multiple courses in India for the educators. The courses have launched just 2 weeks back, and we are at a boom towards growth. Let me quickly tell you a bit about what my company does. We organize multiple online virtual ceremonies, award ceremonies, workshops, international events, virtual events, physical events, etc., etc. We have multiple events coming up in the following year, which is 2021, and we have a mega event with more than 1,000 educationists from across the world coming in January 31st. Okay. Let me talk about the big issue that we're facing these days. Our education system is run by educationists who have been teaching and have the experience to teach for more than 30 years. And I'm proud to say that that's a good thing. The education system in India and the whole world runs like that. We have teachers, we have educationists who are working in this field for a couple of years now and still doing the best. But what I personally feel is there is a need to update. And I'm pretty sure the person who's speaking before me will agree on this, that there is a need to include a course that could teach multiple educationists how to teach online. Teaching offline is completely different. And I particularly feel that all the educationists do not like teaching online. Being a Google educator, I know how boring it might feel to teach online with a bunch of students just looking at you and don't really caring about what you're talking about. So in order to make the online classes more interesting, you need to have a set syllabus for the teachers to understand how to teach. That's what I personally feel. And I also believe that no one's is perfect here. So if you are trying to make sure that you are teaching online a set pattern and making the class interesting, you need to also ensure that you know how to do so. Without prior knowledge and without prior experience in this field, I feel it's just like hitting the racetrack because you're technically doing nothing. You're just trying different methods and you're figuring out that one might work. So I've come up with a very interesting course to help cater this modern education in the digital era and make sure that that is being catered for the traditional educators. So can I present my screen if that's all right? I have a presentation.
Yes, you may, sir.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, guys, can you see this? Just to be sure, everyone can see this, yeah? Can anyone reply, please? Miss Elim, can you see this?
Yes, yes.
Perfect,
Okay.
perfect. Let me continue. So basically, we've come up with the EduCloud's Educator program. Okay, this program is free for all the educators, and it is aimed towards educating the educators how to educate online. Okay, so let's talk about what you need to be prepared for. Are you prepared for the after COVID era? That's what I like to call it. Remember, there was this BC era and the AC era, before Christ, after Christ. It's changed now. It's before COVID and after COVID. So we call it the after COVID era of teaching. And we have the solution for it. That's why we're introducing the EduCloud's Educator program, aiming to educate the educators on how to educate digitally. Just like Mr. Prashant said, you need to have someone who can teach how to use Zoom. You need to have someone who can teach how to create Google Forms. So yeah, let's talk about the problems faced by the traditional educators. So even though they're experts in their field, they're unable to deliver the right knowledge because they don't know the channel to deliver the right knowledge. The channel in this case is the tools that you need to know for online teaching. Most of the educators in this digital age have no experience of teaching digitally. I'm not saying they are not good at what they are doing, but what I'm trying to say is that they're not equipped with the right knowledge. Then they lack confidence and structure. I personally do that. I cannot say anyone about it, but yeah, a lot of people have a big lack in confidence. They're unable to stop students from cheating during exams. We need a solution to stop cheating. Every person who is delivering an online workshop or is delivering an online examination, students literally have the whole book in front of them. Maybe there is a way to devise that students cannot cheat while they're doing the exam. Also, teachers do not have any experience setting up a question paper. I personally get a lot of queries for multiple schools to help their educators learn how to create question papers on Google Forms. And lastly, they don't have the efficiency to deliver feedback online. A good teacher is someone who does not even teach, but also makes sure that after the teaching, they monitor the progress of the student and they give apt feedback each time they require it. So this is another very big loophole that we have in our education system. I'm not talking about India in particular. I particularly feel this is in the whole world, especially in the developing countries, but definitely in the whole world. So are you facing the same problems? I know you are. We got the solution for it. Do not worry. And it's free. We're introducing a handbook for EduCloud's Educator, holding the solution for all your problems, which will help you prepare on how to educate digitally and conduct online exams with modern educational practices. I have written a book. Yes, I have actually written a book. It's almost 120 pages. It's getting published in Indonesia, in Philippines, in UK, and in India. The book will be live soon. It is already sent to a couple of people, and already a lot of people are interacting with the book. The book contains a lot of things. Let's talk about that in detail. The book has the best tools for online teaching and how to teach them. It has what are the best tools required for what exact classes and what exact requirements you need. For example, you need to know how to use Zoom. So the book will guide you on the best practices on how to use Zoom and how to conduct online teaching using Zoom. Not only this, the book will also tell you the limitations of that particular platform. It'll also tell you about the digital methods of teaching. Online teaching is kind of different. You need to have a bit different environment while teaching online. The book will guide you on what type of environment to maintain with what type of students. The top 10 principles for online teaching. I'm pretty sure that there are some thumb rules for offline teaching as well, which you all follow by heart. You know that you have to talk to a person and make sure that they feel good while talking to them. You know how to interact in a class. You know how to deliver a presentation. But do you really know how to do all of this online? Do you know how to make sure that the student understands after online teaching? I don't think so. Next, how to prepare question papers online. This is the same issue which I've mentioned earlier, and I don't think I have to specify about this. Lastly, we have strategies to set, mark, and review online question papers and answer sheets. Just 1 second here. Sorry, my battery was about to die. Sorry. Yeah. So continuing with this, they need to make sure that they have the apt knowledge to set, mark, and review question papers and create answer sheets in detail. We also have an EduCloud's educator syllabus to help these teachers prepare if they don't want to read the book. There's some people who are really smart. I'm not saying that's me, but there's some people who are really smart and they don't want to read the book and they just want to go on the internet and find the solutions. They do it, and that's why we have the EduCloud syllabus as well. All right. Next. Everything looks good, but what about the certificate? Every single person in this giant room cares only about the certificate. Even the educators want certificates to put on the CV. People want these to make sure that all the organizations that they work for or they plan to deliver ceremonies like these recognize that they are a certified online educator. That's why we've partnered up with a couple of people to make sure that your certificate holds value. And it's not like any other random certificate. We'll talk about that later. Getting the certificate is pretty easy. All you got to do is fill the form, enroll in the course, get your login details, log into the dashboard, get the book from the dashboard, and start preparing. There are practice rounds made for you. So you can start practicing and enjoy amongst yourself while practicing on creating multiple online exams and online quizzes. Again, it's all for your practice, no strings attached. Lastly, you have to give a short exam for 2 hours. I say short and I say 2 hours, that's not relevant, but the exam can actually be finished in less than 1 hour. We do give you time to make sure that you do not complain back saying that the time was very less. That's why the exam is for 2 hours. We test you on multiple levels and we give a beautiful certificate like this one. This certificate has a unique ID, which makes sure that your certificate is internationally recognized and can be verified at our website. The criteria to get the certificate is you to complete the 4 practice tests. It's pretty simple: 1 MCQ, 1 short answer, 1 long answer, 1 case study. Being educators, you do not have to answer the questions, you have to create the questions. You need to create the questions in the international format of online examination. The international format is already available on the dashboard for you all to test. Pretty simple, right? Then you got to give the exam and take and receive the certificate to prove excellence in the teaching a minimum of 1 subject for 1 class. I personally believe that every educator should be valued individually towards the subjects they teach for the individual classes. Teaching science for class 1st is pretty different than teaching science to class 11th. They should be awarded equally for both the things. That's why we're offering certificates for 1 subject, 1 class. Then you can also apply for the EduCloud's Educator Badge. You'll receive a unique badge and a certificate to award you for your skills that demonstrate after completing the exam and the practice tests. That's how beautiful the Educator Badge looks like. See the colors, it's so nice and good. Anyways, this is EduCloud's logo. These stars denote the number of proficiencies that you can get after teaching a particular class and creating assessments for them. Educators know the subject, but do they really know how to teach the subject? That's a debatable topic, right? That's why we make sure that each time you prove that you can conduct an examination, review an examination in a particular topic, you get a star. Just like kindergarten kids get a star and they get happy, this badge will also give the same happiness. This badge is available to put it on your CV, and accordingly, this will add value to your CV as well. How it will add value, I'll tell you right now. Oh, that's your reaction when you get the certificate. Now, and that's how good you feel after becoming the EduCloud's educator. You don't have a head, but you definitely light up. They believe in us. Let me tell you about these guys. I think we have your university logo there as well. So we have ASGON here. ASGON is Asia Africa Social Global Network, Scholars Global Network. This is an international organization that believes that this course is really, really good. This is NECCE, which is National Early Childhood Care and Education, which again feels that our course is meant for the online education. This is my company. This is Sparshkar Private Limited, and we definitely believe our course is good. This is GSEF. GSEF is Global South Economic Forum, an organization run in the United Kingdom by Mr. Abdul Mohammed, who definitely feels this course is good. Then we have your university in Indonesia. I don't think I have to explain this one. And they also, some people in your university feel that this is good. This is Radhika Foundation. Radhika Foundation is a trust in India, which works with all the education institutions. And they are helping us introduce this with over 100 schools across India. Then we have the All India School Leadership Association, who also believes that our course is needed. It's not really an option, but it's a need for the modern educators to have this and understand the modern ways of teaching. Obviously, we are internationally certified with the ISO. Then we have your university and the Ernie University believing that our course is definitely good to teach the online educators on how to teach online. Then the enrollment is open, up for everyone. There are 4 numbers displayed right there. You can take a screenshot if you're like. If you don't take a screenshot, it's all right. You can reach us out on the email as well, and we'll give you the course absolutely free of cost. All right, let me stop the screen sharing part. 1 second. Cool. So I'm pretty much done with my presentation, and thanks for having me here.
Okay, thank you for Sparshkar. Yeah, really energetic presentation. Yeah, presenters. Yeah, and yeah, talking about clouds educators. Yes, because the time is very limited. So there are one question for you is from Alexandra. Pauline Alexandra de la Pena. The question is, what kinds of technology can the teacher use in countryside, mountain areas, and less developed places used to improve their class instruction during this pandemic?
Right. So I have a question in return. Do they have all the Wi-Fi connections there, or is this completely remote?
Yes.
Okay, so they do have the all-in connections, right? Just to be sure.
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you, do they have Wi-Fi there, or is it completely remote?
No, just the kinds of technology.
All right. So basically, it's a very simple to understand portal, which is Google Classroom. Google Classroom has everything that you need, from setting up an online classroom to adding students there, to taking attendance, to delivering worksheets, to conducting online classes, to conducting online examination. So I particularly feel that Google Classroom will be a one-stop solution. I am a Google partner, but don't think that I'm routing for them. I'm just giving my genuine opinion that it's a pretty good classroom integrated with all the online teachings that you can possibly need. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe these questions, for the countrysides that have limit network or internet access.
All right. So in that case, they can create a local area network, okay, a LAN. What a LAN does is it basically integrates multiple computers to a small network. You don't need a proper internet connection for it. All you need is a couple of wires, a couple of cables, and a good technician who can set this up for you. After that, you can set up this whole network and deliver drives, worksheets across that network. And accordingly, they can also conduct classes, but not virtually because the network will not support high-end quality. So that will be a drawback. but they'll still be able to give all the resources over the network without a good internet connection. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, because there is one question. So yeah, I think it's enough for this session. Thank
Perfect.
you very much.
Thank you so much having me
Yes,
here.
your
Thank you.
participation. Yes. Have a nice day for you. Thank you. Yeah. Next, we continue for the second speaker in the session is Afrosa Akhter Tina. She come from Daffodil International University of Bangladesh. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, this is how we are trying to connect with each other these days. Am I audible? Can you hear me? So these are the questions, these days we ask everyone online. So it's a great concern for all of us how to engage our learners online, because this is all about engagement, online engagement, because we are unable to meet in physical classrooms. So that is why my topic today is to concentrate on how we can engage our learners, our students online. So I am Afroza Akhter Tina. I work as a senior lecturer in the Department of English at Daffodil International University. It's one of the largest private universities in my country. And I'm also an e-teacher alumna of the US Department of State, Dhaka, Bangladesh. And I'm very glad actually to be a part of this conference today. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my ideas with you through this platform today. Thank you. Now, as I start, one of the primary concerns today is to promote autonomous learning whenever we think of online engagement. And why is that? I guess we all have a kind of understanding that if someone doesn't take the responsibility of his or her own learning, then probably it's going to be difficult for the teacher to engage everyone at the same time. And that's something we are that's something which is evident in our day-to-day classroom, in everyday classrooms. And we actually see this scenario, we experience this kind of scenario in the classroom, that if we are not there for students, then probably they don't have that kind of feeling that, well, as ma'am is not in front of me, so maybe, well, I don't need to do this thing, I don't need to complete my homework, even I don't need to submit my classwork, or even I don't need to take part in the class discussion or something like that. So this is the first thing I think which should be concentrated at this moment, that I need to take the responsibility of my own learning. So that is why I have mentioned 3 different and very interesting points, that directing own learning is important, and number 2, setting my own goals. So obviously this is also something very important, because I should know that this is the goal, this is the objective which I'm going to achieve after doing this or that, or after completing this or that. So overall, my goal should be in front of me and I should set it on my own. And the final thing is that, well, I need to study, or I need to consult the materials on my own pace. So this is also one kind of feeling I get, I think, which we should share with our students, that, well, you will have to actually engage yourself on your own with your own materials according to your own pace, because I am actually not with you physically to run. Or if you are not taking your own responsibility to study the materials that have been shared through several platforms, then the things would be, a kind of difficult for you to continue. Well, now regarding the next point, well, if we don't create an open environment for our students, then obviously how do we expect that our students would get actually everything, or they are getting everything, they are connecting with each other, they are consulting with each other, they are providing feedback to each other. So we need actually a platform, like the way the earlier speakers mentioned, very important, well, the platforms should be there and they should be open. Will students and teachers both have easy access, actually should have easy access, and will there shouldn't be any time limitation over there, I think, in terms of posting something, in terms of commenting. And will this is how we can actually ensure effective engagement. So regarding this point, I would like to mention that virtual counseling hours for students is something very, very significant in this regard. We should ensure that I am actually here for you regarding these particular hours. So if you need me, definitely you can consult me virtually anytime within this particular counseling hours. And the second point is creating more than one platform. For example, I can share that in my university, we have actually that freedom to use any third-party app other than Moodle. Moodle is the platform which we use for this blended learning these days. And well, in Moodle, we can actually include different types of third-party apps the way we want. I personally use Padlet. I personally use some other platforms actually to engage my students, to communicate with my students. And also the final thing is we need to provide actually examples, enough case studies, which can motivate them to think about their own learning style, to revisit about their own learning style, which they had probably before this lockdown. So there are lots of other issues related to this area. Now, the next point is how we can allow our students to develop the course content. These days, as my earlier speaker has mentioned, and also Dr. Prashant has mentioned, that students actually are familiar with several platforms. Even they can, we expect, we may not even imagine that, well, our students are more experts probably in terms of engaging themselves digitally, even more than us. Maybe sometimes we are unable to identify that. Maybe sometimes we think that students won't get this point, or how would my students connect? But these days I have also found the same, like Dr. Prashant mentioned, that they know actually more than me, well, in terms of using the platform. So what do they need? They actually need to know how actually effectively communicate, how to ensure my participation, how to learn something systematically through proper techniques or strategies. So that is why I am here. That is why the teacher is important, in online education. So if we don't include them in designing the syllabus, in designing the course content, then, well, obviously we may miss something for the long run. So this is the main point. And in relation to this, you can see that I have mentioned, a particular ratio of teacher and student interest in terms of developing the course content. As well, we can think about 80 and 20. This is how we can think. And as a university teacher, I personally can enjoy that freedom, to contact, to discuss with my students, to communicate with my students before actually planning the course content. So that is how we are enjoying the freedom. We are trying to connect with our students. So we are trying to engage them also in the syllabus, so that they can't say that, ma'am, this is not something which is going to benefit me in future. So that is a very, very significant issue these days. Now, let us think a little bit about the positive reinforcement. Well, we can definitely reinforce, positively reinforce our students. And how? There are several ways. I think we all know this. Some of the earlier speakers mentioned that, well, incentive actually is something very, very important. And this incentive, online incentive, obviously won't be a chocolate. It can be a book. Even, I can gift my student a mug or I can't actually invite him or her for a coffee or tea, then how actually can we positively reinforce our student? Well, we can design simply a very, we can simply design a certificate every week. And this design will, could be, I mean, a simple, very simple design. I think we all are familiar with several tools or platforms, how to design, I mean, a particular certificate. There are thousands of websites to teach us the thing. So if we can design a particular format, we can create a particular format, we can design something, and we can actually declare that after each week, will, according to your performances, I'm going to actually will motivate one particular student. And if I think this could be, done, probably some students would be so much motivated that, well, they would be trying, and the students who usually are shy in the class, probably they would also feel the same. Well, they would also look for, I mean, to receive the certificate or that a kind of digital badge, whatever we create, actually, they would crave for that, and they would love to, collect them. And if we can also will showcase all their badges or all their certificates at the end of this semester through a virtual fair, I think that is going to motivate them a lot. So this is something which will could be a kind of positive reinforcement toward our students. And also, well, my second point is how to actually bring up the shy students viewpoint, because we all have this kind of shy students in the classes, no matter we teach at university, school, or college. But I think we all have very few students in the classes who actually don't like to speak. So how to bring them up? That's a very important and difficult task these days when we are teaching online. So if I guess we can request them to present their ideas through, I mean, written assignments, or if we directly, motivate them to present idea in one of the classes, I mean, without, I mean, any kind of pre-announcement, then maybe we would be able to bring them up in front of the class. And also these days, I believe personally that calling students by name is actually something which is very, very significant. Whenever I call my students with their names, I can clearly see that they are positively responding. Seriously, they're responding and they are talking to me. But if I don't call them by names, well, some of them never speak. So this is also something which I wanted to focus on. Now, the next point is about encouraging healthy competition. This is how also we can engage our learners online. If we actually can create that opportunity that here through this platform, we would have a kind of healthy competition. Okay. And how to ensure that? We can focus on these following 4 points primarily. And it starts with responding to each other's queries. Well, as a university teacher, as I have mentioned, that we use Moodle as the major platform to engage students online. There we have created a forum. We all create forum. We also create so many other platforms or ways actually to connect with our students. But I believe that even through forum, we can motivate our students to respond to each other's posts, respond to each other queries, consult with each other online. Then I think this is going to develop also a leadership skill or ability among them. And the second point is encouraging group competition. I usually collect assignments in groups. I usually encourage group works very much because this is how, they are, they're practicing with each other, they're consulting with each other, they're trying to connect with their group members. Even they're online, they can't meet physically, but they are in touch with their batchmates continuously, thoroughly throughout the coursework. So I think group engagement is very, very important. And also engaging highly intelligent students to provide constructive feedback. Now, this sometimes may create a negative kind of reinforcement. Sometimes, I don't know. But personally, I have felt that sometimes if I get students who can't provide that constructive feedback, then they feel somewhat low. They also feel, well, I don't know, maybe sometimes they also feel that maybe I'm not that capable, and that is why ma'am is not requesting me to provide feedback for the other students. So I have recently tried to engage all these students through the forum, as I have requested all of them to provide 2 feedback every week on each other's post. So that is how I am trying to engage all my students, not only the intelligent students, but also all these students, so that they also can develop that habit to provide feedback to each other, which is very, very important. And for this, I have also, kept some marks. I have promised them that I would give them at least 2 marks, if I see that throughout the coursework every week, they have tried to give each other feedback 2 times. Every week, 2 times feedback through forum. And finally, reflection of feedback in the next attempt. Well, obviously, it can't actually end at this stage. Well, it should be continued, and the reflection should be there whenever they provide feedback next time. Now, the next point is addressing them directly. As I have mentioned, that calling them by name and asking each person a question at least once. And this particular point is for these shy students who somehow try to avoid speaking during the class hours. So I try to call them by name, and I try to actually put their perspective at least once every week. As a university teacher, I have 2 classes every week with each of the batch. So I try to actually call students by name and try to put their observations in front of the class. Later, actually, we discuss together so that no one feels that I had something in my mind, but as I can't speak, or as I don't have the confidence to speak, that is why, I couldn't put my overview, I couldn't put my point of view while the discussion. So that is also a very important concern. Now, the next and probably the last important point which I want to focus is on reward. Well, obviously, through rewarding, we can definitely ensure student engagement. Believe me, I have practically experienced that. Rewarding is something so interesting. It's not only for students, but also for us. Like the way the earlier speaker mentioned, that even the educators these days, they want certificates, even after attending a simple webinar. Well, people started asking since the beginning that, am I going to receive a certificate, or when shall I receive this certificate? So, rewarding is we want something actually also to be valued regarding our contribution. So how can we reward our students' success? We can praise them, which can help them to develop their self-esteem and self-confidence. And we can also be very, very specific while giving feedback. And here I have mentioned negative feedback. Well, when I think of negative feedback, it doesn't directly refer to that you have done bad or this is not good. Well, this is not the type of negative feedback that I'm talking here. Well, this refers to something very, very specific, which needs to be, addressed personally. So personal address is important if we think of something very, very specific. And then finally, offering them extra credit or scores for completing all course activities and exams in time. I often do this. From my personal experience, I can say that, if I give them some extra scores, then obviously they feel motivated, and, next semester, they try, seriously to get those extra scores. And those who couldn't score in the earlier semester, they also even try. So this is how we can ensure effective engagement, and finally, meaningful engagement of the learners, because, we want our students to be engaged. We want our students, we want our students to develop their skills, and we want our students to talk. We want our students not to be passive. We want an active classroom. And as we are not meeting physically these days, so how can we will ensure that effective participation of our students, of our learners? This is one of the most significant concerns these days, I think. So that was all from my part. And thank you, everyone. Now, definitely, I'd like to answer your queries or questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there are question from Pak Roni Lakbiran. What is the difference between autonomous learning and student-centered learning?
Well, I think you have answered the question on your own. So what is the difference? Is there any difference? Well, what do we mean by autonomous learning? Well, this is self-learning. And when we think of self-learning, it's not only, something which is associated with student, rather it is also associated with teacher. So student-centered learning obviously focuses on students. And when we think of autonomous learning, will similarly our concern is our student, obviously. So autonomous learning helps the learner think, plan, design, learn, consult, discuss on his or her own way. And student-centered learning obviously does the same, but it has a close association with the teacher, how the teacher actually is designing in the entire lesson for the students and how he or she wants the students to perform. Well, quite similar thing, but I mean, through autonomous learning, we are trying to actually build that self-esteem or self-confidence in the students so that they can feel that I am responsible for my own learning, no matter my teacher is over there in the platform, or no matter my batchmates are there on the platform. The thing is, I'll have to try on my own. So this is how actually we try to engage our students these days, but a very good concern, of course. Yes, I can think Nadim Abbas also wrote something.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, in applying online learning, some of students just focus in the process or the rules of the learning, or collect their assignments of tasks to in getting the grade at the end of the semester. So how to make sure that the student understand the content of our course?
Very good question. I love the question. Thank you for asking the question. Well, for this, my personal observation is that, how can we get the point, whether my students understand that, or is the assignment only way to, collect responses from them, or how can we ensure that my students have understood everything or try to understand at least something, and this is how they prepared the assignment? That's a very good question. Now, personally, I believe that I need to assess my student after each and every lesson. I repeat, after each and every lesson, I need to assess my students. So assessment, actually, we know that they are of various types. So we can think of different types of alternative assessments. I have presented this topic, regarding this alternative assessments in 2 other conferences, last month. And I have focused on this specific issue because if we are unable to assess our students after the lesson, it's not possible to get the idea that through this assignment my student has understood everything and this is how I'm going to assess him or her. So I seriously focus on this issue, on alternative assessments through which actually we can assess our students. We can actually receive feedback from our students whether they got the point or not.
Okay, thank you. Really nice answer. Yeah, the question come from I myself. So
Thank you.
Okay, let's we continue for the next question from Nadim Abbas. Yeah, I also would like to add something. If we are keeping carrot approach, give and rewards giving, we shouldn't never forget the stick approach to the little punishment approach, like
Yes.
reprimanding. What do you think?
Yes, of course. I also support you, Nadim. Yes, of course. And how can we scold our students? Of course, there should be, penalty. Of course, there should be penalties. Now, how to scold? Personally, if I have to share my experience, then actually I cut their scores. And this is how I punish my students. You know, today morning, I also received a message from one of my students who was unable to submit her assignment in time. Yesterday was the last day to submit the assignment, and she was unable to submit the assignment, but she couldn't actually provide a logical reason for being late. And that is why, you know, today morning, I cut 2 marks actually from her assignment, because that is how I tried to develop the rubric. So I think this scolding is nothing physical, actually, nothing physical. Rather, we need to actually, make our students understand that if you don't do this, this is how you are going to be penalized. So would you like to be penalized actually? Because if I cut your score regarding each of the assignment this way, then at the end of the semester, maybe you won't be able to get even B minus. Then how would you able to, you know, apply for a good job after completing your semester work? So I think if we can make our students understand this way, they would definitely understand, because once again, the focus is on autonomous learning. That is why I mentioned the point that they should take the responsibility of their own learning. Thank you.
Okay, the last question. How is the impact of reward on student attitude based on your experience?
That's wonderful. You know, that's wonderful. I couldn't show you the certificate which I have designed for this semester for my students. Actually, every semester I design a particular certificate for them. I actually provide this certificate in the classroom with the student's name, you know. After every week's performance, according to their week's performance. So will their attitude, their motivation, will you can definitely would be able to see how they are happy, you know, to receive this certificate. Even the students who don't receive this certificate, you won't believe how their eyes look at the time when I give the certificate to one of their batchmates or friends. So they seriously, you know, are craving for that certificate. They even want to show the certificate to the other students, both national and international students, through their Facebook post, through their news feed, you know, through their stories, through Instagram. So this is how actually I am trying to motivate my students. And I personally believe that this is something which is very, very important to motivate these days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is the nice topic for discussing, but we have a limit time. And yeah, now time is up. So thank you for Afrosa Aktertina. Yeah, see you again in the other conference. And then,
Thank you. Thank you
yeah,
so much.
thank you. Okay, and yeah, I invite the third presenter is Dr. Mario Lucero, come from the Springfield School International and Education Academy and Development, Philippines. Are you there? Dr. Mario, are you there? Yeah, maybe Dr. Mario isn't here with us. So, yeah, to shorten the time, I invite the fourth presenter for this session is Brian Kohler. Yeah, come from International Education Connection, Asia Pacific, Australia. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, time is here.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think in most places it's afternoon now. I have a question. Are we all happy? Is everyone happy? Well, interesting point. I can't hear you and I can't see you. So as an educator, is that important? Is that important that I can or can't see you? Well, that's an interesting point to consider. We'll come back to that. However, my name is Brian Collier. I come from Sydney, Australia. So I'm really pleased to have been invited to be a keynote speaker at this conference. And I guess I'll just give you a little bit of background about myself. For professional interests, I'm interested in pronunciation pedagogy, nonverbal communication, and intercultural communication competence. An interesting group. I've also got a particular interest in teaching international students. I've been teaching international students now for close on 30 years and have taught students from 42 different countries. So I've had a lot of experience with different cultures, and particularly having worked in Indonesia, Vietnam, and China. So I'm going to share my screen with you, if I can. Let's see what happens. Can you see? That's a shame.
Yes.
You can't see my PowerPoint. You can see a lovely boat, but you can't see my PowerPoint. Okay, let me just come back to that. It's going to misbehave. So let me try another way to deal with this. Now, can you see my PowerPoint? No? Oh. What a pity. Okay, well, it looks like I'm just going to have to talk with you, and you'll have to look at my my smiles. Okay, so I want to talk mainly about nonverbal communication. Okay, I've chosen to talk particularly about teacher nonverbal discourse in a Vietnamese EFL teaching context, and how it's been transferred to online teaching environments. I'm confident that my comments from my previous study are transferable to online teaching, and also transferable to other national contexts. So I think what I'm going to say, although it's been valid in Vietnam, I think my conclusions and comments are equally valid for most other countries. The study I did was originally undertaken to investigate teachers' understanding, okay, the teachers' understanding and use of nonverbal communication in the classroom, and develop more effective use of their nonverbal skills in practice. Okay, so I'm talking about teacher practice. Unlike some of our previous presentations today have been more about students, this time I want to focus mainly on teachers. Okay. Now, in the new normal teaching environment, which has obviously been brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, we've experienced many, many challenges. And for a lot of teachers, this has brought along a completely new way of teaching. That is online teaching, using a myriad of platforms that are available, such as Zoom, Google Classroom, as we've just heard about with the last presenter. So what do we do? Well, that's another question, best left to the platform people. What I want to talk about is actually keeping students engaged. Okay, and it was interesting to note in the, I think it was the first presentation this morning with Dr. Chris Zeta, commenting about student engagement in synchronous learning. And what he said in a nutshell was keep yourself personable. Okay, keep yourself personable. I sometimes say that being a teacher is being a performer. Okay, and what we do is just as important as what we say. Okay, so a question: has teaching effectiveness decreased because of less non-verbal communication when using online platforms? Okay, just have a think about that yourself. Apply this question to yourself. Has your teaching effectiveness decreased or increased because you're using less non-verbal communication? Okay. So the next slide that you were going to see is headed, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? I don't want to know if you can hear what I'm saying, but can you see? Now, there is a big difference. So what I'm saying is sometimes it's more important. You might want to argue with me about using the word more, but I will say more important to be seen than heard. Okay, so I hope by now you've seen some facial expressions. Have you? Okay. I'm not just sitting here looking like this and talking to you monotonously. Okay, I'm trying to use everything I've got. That's not just my words. So what I'm referring to is what we commonly call body language. Okay, some of you are going to say, oh, body language. What's that got to do with teaching English? Well, here's some interesting numbers. Some academic writers have suggested that up to 90% of messages can be conveyed using non-verbal communication. Up to 90%. Now that is huge. And the words only communicate 10% of the message. And if you take the time, you will find extensive literature on non-verbal communication in language teaching. Indeed, I could probably say, do you understand what you are seeing? Okay. I started off this slide that you would have seen with, do you see what I'm saying? Now, my question is, do you understand what you're seeing? Okay, some researchers claim up to 90% of a message can be conveyed using non-verbal communication. Marabian, Birtwistle, Shank, there's a whole raft of writers that have communicated their thoughts with us. But there is a more conservative estimate that's proposed by Birtwistle, and that is 60 to 70% of most communication is non-verbal. So for us as teachers, when we're in the classroom, we do lots of things as well as say lots of things. Now, when we're online, are we taking our doing with us to the online platform? Are our students seeing what they would normally see in the classroom? Are we supporting our words with our actions? Now, I'm not going to try to answer that for you. That is something that we individually need to reflect on. So in a chemistry, in a maths classroom, non-verbal communication is important. But it is even more important, I would venture to say, it's most important in language teaching classrooms. Okay. So when I started this study in Vietnam, it was interesting to note that there appeared to be no previous studies concerning the use of non-verbal communication in Vietnam. Sorry, non-verbal communication use by EFL teachers in Vietnam. So literature search revealed nothing, and I must acknowledge that I sought the assistance of some academics in Vietnam who searched all of the Vietnamese language databases and what they could access at various Vietnamese universities. And again, we came up with nothing about the use of non-verbal communication in teaching English in Vietnam. So I'm going to use another word, gesture. Now, when I use the word gesture, I want you to consider that to be synonymous with non-verbal communication. Okay. So my research questions at the time were, what is the prevalence of teacher non-verbal discourse in a Vietnamese EFL teaching context? Okay. And my plan is that the findings of that will and have informed further research that I've been doing. Question 2 is, what is the role? Okay, what is the role of non-verbal discourse play in teaching, and particularly in teaching English? And finally, what are the cultural factors, if any, that impact on the use of non-verbal discourse by Vietnamese EFL teachers? That's a little bit of a mouthful, I understand, but it gives you some background to what I'm going to say. So what is non-verbal communication? What is it? Well, let's try and clarify that, okay? Because this is regrettably an area that is very unfamiliar to most language teachers. And I would venture to say that it is not even considered and is unheard of by language teachers in a number of East Asian countries and Southeast Asian countries. And that's not meant to be critical, it's just an observation. So nonverbal communication has been defined by countless scholarly authors, but I have a couple of examples here. I'll try and take these a little bit slower for you. Communication affected by means other than words. Okay, so here we're assuming that words are the verbal element. Okay, communication affected by means other than words. That was Knapp and Hall in 1997. Another definition, those messages expressed by other than linguistic means. Okay, linguistic in this definition again means the non-word, the non-spoken component. And that was put forward by Adler and Town in 1984. And Miller, he gives us probably the simplest definition there is. I really like this one. It's communication without words. Communication without words. And what is important and intriguing to note is that those three definitions clearly exclude words. Okay, so it's the non-word, the non-spoken part of our communication. So I also quite like Samovar's definition. Non-verbal communication includes all of those non-verbal stimuli in communication settings that have potential message value. Non-verbal stimuli that have potential message value. So that tells us a little bit about what non-verbal communication is. Now, I did have a list here to show you of things that we consider are non-verbal communication. Let me just quickly run down here. So things like gesture, hand, face, body movement, raising eyebrows, okay, that's gesture. Body motion, okay, we move our body, we might change our posture. As we change our posture, it might make us look happy or confident, or it might make us look very shy. Okay, our clothing, that's interesting. Our clothing speaks about us, and that can convey a message too. Distance, personal space, or invasion of personal space, our human territory, overcrowding, that can make us feel uncomfortable, and it expresses a message. Okay, now I'm going to venture a little further now into prosodic features. Okay, things like tone, pitch, rhythm, things we regard as paralanguage. Okay, remember the language is the words, but these other things that contribute to the way we deliver those words are the prosodic features. And so if we sound boring, you know what the students are going to think. If we're excited and we're moving, using pitch, okay, we use some pauses. We lengthen vowels. Make some of our remarks just hang there. That is what keeps our students engaged. Okay, so non-verbal communication, I'm coming back to the point now where I believe that non-verbal communication is one of the major keys in active student engagement, both in face-to-face and online contexts. And I think for all of us that have been teaching online, we have experienced moments where we've lost our students. Their mind has gone somewhere else. Now, I've had that experience teaching kindergarten children online in Indonesia, 4 and 5 year olds. I've also had the same experience teaching young adults and university students, also online. Okay, so facial expression, eye behavior, timing, those useful little pauses that we put in, okay, that is all part of our non-verbal toolkit. Okay, they're all some of those tricks that we can use that are not words. And there's many other ways in which we can communicate non-verbally. Now, why do we want to use non-verbal communication? I've just talked about how, okay, how we can achieve that. But now, what are the functions? What are the functions of non-verbal communication? To give emphasis. Okay, we might give stress. We might lean forward to make a stronger point. We might speak with greater clarity. We might slow down. Okay. Markers of fluency for complimenting. Oh, well, I used a very highly aspirated sound then, didn't I? That was fantastic. That sounds a little better than, that was fantastic. Do you agree? I hope so. I just saw a message come up. I'm very sorry that I can't get my PowerPoint display up on screen. However, after the session, I will make it available for you all to download. My apologies for that. So sometimes we use our non-verbal communication as a substitute for words. Have you ever given a student one of those looks? That blank, vacant, what are you on about look? Okay, I'm sure we've all done that. Maybe that's a way of scolding that we heard about a few minutes ago. So we can actually scold just by the way we look at someone. We don't even need to take marks off them. Okay, so accenting, contradicting. A student gives us an answer. I think it's going to rain today. We might go, okay. The look, it's a quizzing look, but the or is a questioning or contradicting sound. It's a non-verbal utterance. Is not a word. Ah is not a word, but it is non-verbal. We can use that also for accenting, contradicting, complementing. Okay. And for showing emotion. Of course, emotion is so important for all of us. Okay, so that's what non-verbal communication is. I've told you some of the functions that non-verbal can perform for us. Now, just going back to my research that I did, I took an ethnographic approach, which ended up with a very descriptive paper. And I'm just scrolling down to my notes here so I don't get too far off track. Okay, so firstly, I collected data on teachers' practices. I observed classes. I video recorded those classes after getting the appropriate ethical clearances. And so I monitored and extracted data from those recordings of non-verbal communication and gesture production during classes. And the significant thing that came out of that was that when I spoke to teachers after the class, I said, "What did you do that was non-verbal?" "Oh, nothing," they would say. Then I would show them their video. Mind you, before the class, I had not told them, I had not disclosed the purpose of the observation. That was done very deliberately so that they couldn't play to the purpose. So after talking with them, almost all of the teachers were totally unaware of their own non-verbal communicative practices, had never thought about it. And what's even sadder, when going through their teacher training at university, they had never learnt anything about non-verbal communication as a tool in the classroom. For me, I feel very sad about that. I will just keep sad about that. Okay. You can form your own view. So in doing this, I spent 3 months working and living at a school, teaching, observing classes, and generally immersing myself in the life and culture.
Sorry,
of
sir.
Oh, time's up.
1 minute more.
1 minute, okay. So let me just come towards the end. Okay. What I did find was that non-verbal teacher discourse occurs at a very high rate in classes. However, some specific gestures are completely absent from the gesture repertoire. For example, silence, almost never used, but it's so useful. And another observation, the low awareness of non-verbal communication as a tool for teaching. And thirdly, there was obviously no teaching of how non-verbal communication is used in the target language being taught. Now, different cultures, different gesturing. I think that's also an important component of our teaching language. So in my download that I will give to you, there is a list of references that you might want to have a look at. And my sort of parting question to you, is your teaching style keeping your students engaged? I'm, of course, talking about our online teaching now. Is your teaching style keeping your students engaged? I would like you to go away and reflect on your own practice and do a check on your nonverbal communication. Thank you for listening, everyone. Do we have some time for a couple of questions?
Okay, thank you, sir, for your presentation. Yeah, there are
You're
many
welcome.
questions here. Most of the participants need your presentation. Yeah, they need to be their references. So maybe you can put into the chat box. Yeah,
I
you can
will do
share.
that. I will do that as soon as we finish the session.
Okay, and
Okay.
yeah, we come to the question. The first from Nadim Abbas. Yeah, what's about the silence?
What
Could
about
it
silence?
be taken as sort of non-verbal communication? If yes, then what should we extract? Yeah, if a person simply remains silent, should it be taken a type of tacit agreement or denial?
Oh, that is a most appropriate question. Thank you for that. Again, one of my interests is intercultural communication and intercultural competence. Now, in different cultures, silence means different things, particularly, for example, in a Chinese culture. And probably it would be fairer to say in Confucian cultures. Okay, silence says lots of different things. Silence can be agreement. Silence can be disagreement. Silence can be, oh, I'm not sure. In our English context, as a teacher, okay, now let's just think about our toolkit as a teacher. How can we use silence? Now, I just did it then, didn't I? I paused. Had we been having two-way communication, that silence was actually requesting, wasn't it? It was requesting a response from my class. Okay, so silence is a really good tool. We can use it as a requesting mechanism. We can use it to create a thoughtful moment. Instead of saying, hey guys, think about that, we can just pause for a minute. And of course, depending on the age, the maturity of our students, that silence will automatically prompt the students to consider something or to think, maybe to stimulate some critical thinking. Okay, so there are other uses of silence, but that purpose of eliciting information is probably the most common use of silence. Of course, we can use it for scolding as well, can't we?
Okay, next question. What do you think about the application used for online learning who do not serve the virtual way? So we the student don't see our non-verbal communication.
Okay, now this is where you have to become a little bit of an actor. Okay. Remember, well, my approach is that when we walk into the classroom, we're about to give a performance. We possibly become a different person. We possibly have a different personality for the classroom. Exactly the same thing with our non-verbal communication. When we go online, we have to recognize that perhaps the students are only going to see this much. So we need to train ourselves to give a lot more visual feedback to students and communication to students using that visual box. Okay, so we can't use our legs, we can't move our bodies too much. That's not going to be seen. So we have to learn a new set of tools using mostly our face. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, the last question. Yeah, is it possible for the teacher to provide nonverbal discourse as a feedback?
Yes, yes, of course. Okay, nonverbal feedback. A student gives you an answer to a question you've posed. You might simply go, hmm. There we go, that was feedback. Feedback, hmm. Well, tell me more, okay? Tell me more. Just doing that or that can be used to encourage feedback from students. You can smile, a natural smile, I mean. Tilting of your head, okay? Raising an eyebrow. Students do see that, okay? We mustn't underestimate the ability of students to see the expressions on our faces, okay? In fact, children, the younger they are, will probably be more sensitive. In fact, I made a big mistake one day where I must have looked very angry. And one of the little kindy kids burst into tears. So, sure, look, non-verbal speaks louder than words on occasions. Does that answer the question?
No more questions, sir?
No more questions?
Okay. Yeah, we say thank you for Brian Kohler to present his presentation. Yeah. Hope
And
that you...
I'm
yeah.
so sorry you had to look at me all the time.
Okay. We hope that we can meet in another conference. And yeah, we say thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We continue for the last speaker in this session. Yeah, I will invite Albert Kadis Bulawat, Doctor of Education, come from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology.
Hello,
Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, time is yours.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Indonesia, and thank you for having me. Let me begin by sharing my screen. A lot of speakers have talked about COVID-19 and how it affected the educative system, as well as how we can cope up with it. And I'd like to add some insights on the challenges and opportunities that we have nowadays, now that we are facing the global health
Sorry,
crisis.
can you slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Can you all see my screen now?
Yes, okay.
All right. Thank you. So, by the way, once again, I'm Dr. Albert Bulawat, and I am from the Philippines. All right, so I'm not gonna go through this. Since I am given only a very limited time, let me go through this quick and straight. So let's talk about the global challenges in education. I'm presenting this for you to know that you're not the only country who is experiencing what you are experiencing right now, but we all experience the same thing, whether we are in the other parts or side of the planet. But let me begin by saying that pandemic should not be taken lightly. It is a word that should not be taken lightly, as it is a very serious word that when taken lightly, it could lead to a greater problems. I mean, this is the reason why a lot of countries are working very hard to at least address or provide measures on how we could at least impede or lessen the impact of the pandemic. And I mean, education has to continue. So all the governments of every country are working very hard on pushing the education despite the risk of getting infected of the virus. Let me show you a data from the UNESCO saying that these particular numbers or pandemic has affected this particular number of learners worldwide. So imagine how many learners have been affected. And then there are 91.3% of total enrolled learners who are worldwide and 188 countrywide closures. So since the start of the pandemic up to now, there still are countries that had not yet opened their schools because of the fear of getting infected. But in the Philippines, we have already opened it, and we are having our online distance learning and modular distance learning. We have implemented different learning delivery modalities, and the Philippine government is actually trying its very hard to at least protect the welfare of the students and the teachers. Now, what is the scenario today? Okay, there is a priority for certain student groups because of the phased reopening, meaning not all schools across the globes or even in the Philippines itself, schools opened at different periods, meaning we did not open our school year simultaneously. So some opened, some did not. All right. So depending on who needs the school year to be opened or the school to resume, then they resume. But those who did not, those who felt like it's not yet safe to open the classes or to resume classes, they have not yet opened their operations. I mean, they did not continue operating the school. And there is rotating schedule, meaning that if we, in the Philippines, I'm giving you the context of the Philippines, there is a rotating schedule, meaning we don't go to school every day, all right? So we are given particular days only as to when we should report to school, as well as those students who are required to attend face-to-face classes. So although classes have opened, but with limited number of students inside the classroom. So if before we attend or we cater to 60 students per classroom, now students come to class with only 20 students in one class, and they are given different schedules so as to accommodate the increasing number of students who are enrolling during this school year. And then there is a voluntary attendance. Education nowadays is not compulsory. It becomes a decision. I mean, because of the fear of getting infected, we cannot force students to just go to school, or we cannot force the parents to send their children to school. So it's not compulsory anymore. Okay, so it becomes a how do I call this one? Yeah, it becomes a voluntary attendance. All right. Now, what does the research say about how how COVID-19 impacted the educative system? So we should not only look at the students being being the center of the educative process or system. We should not only look at them, but there are also other people or other aspects of the educative system as we look into how the COVID-19 impacted the educative system, because these interplay a very important role in the educative process or in the educative system. All right, now let me go through the students being the center of the educative process. We should be careful. We should look at their well-being with the fear of getting infected, with the fear of not pursuing their dreams, or or delaying their dreams or their success in life, their well-being is greatly affected. So as teachers, we have to provide them with psychosocial measures so as to help them realize that attending school doesn't have to be a very difficult task for them or something that is not safe for them, right? So we have to take good care of their well-being, the financial cost and the burdens, all right? So when we talk about the financial cost, now that we shifted to online distance learning, we have to augment the scarcity of resources. So we have provided students with materials online or materials that they could use online, the teachers, and then provide infrastructures like establishment of an stable internet connection. And then the motivation to attend to school, we have to motivate students now that they are in the middle of a pandemic with fear of getting infected. We have to motivate them to go to school. If motivating students was difficult during the post-COVID era or days, it becomes even more difficult now that we have the pandemic. And then the academic integrity, of course, since I think a while ago you were asking, how can we check if the students are not cheating? It's really difficult to do, right? So there really is a question on academic integrity or academic honesty. But as teachers, we have to understand that since we are given a very limited command over our students, this really is a reality that we have to face. And then health risks, not only for the teachers, but for the students. We should provide, we should have a clear system as to how we could protect their welfare so as not to get infected of the virus. And then disciplining students, of course. Ma'am Tina a while ago was talking about student-centered learning and autonomy, autonomous, or yeah, being a self-directed learner. And it's difficult to to impose this because of the problem on disciplining students. Disciplining students when we don't have the pandemic yet was difficult, and it becomes even more difficult that we have the pandemic because the students have been given the sole responsibility of their own learning. Now let's go to the teachers, the curriculum implementers, and what challenges, what considerations should be given or should be taken into as we go through the welfare of the teachers. We have, of course, to realize that their health is also at risk. Teachers are also frontliners, all right? So it's not only the nurses, the medical practitioners that are so-called uh, frontliners. Teachers are also frontliners because we are, guiding students towards their dreams with, with ourselves being compromised, with our health being compromised, their well-being as well. There are teachers who have experienced anxiety, depressions because of this pandemic. And, the problem is how can they go through their duties and responsibilities and at the same time talk about their families. All right. So it's really difficult. And then for a moment, the pedagogical skills and competencies, since we shifted to another paradigm, we have this paradigm shift. There are seasoned teachers who are not well versed with the use of technology. So really there is a problem with how should these teachers cater to a different learning delivery modality. So we have to, provide teachers with trainings, a lot of trainings, actually, a series of trainings that could improve their pedagogical skills and competencies so as to cater to the demand of the present scenario. Retrenchment. A lot of teachers, especially those working overseas, have been retrenched, meaning they have been removed from their post. So we have to provide alternative jobs for them and to look for alternative schools for these teachers who have been retrenched. And then career progression. When we say career progression, although we have been provided with a lot of trainings, the opportunities for promotion have been postponed. In the Philippines alone, the examination for promotions to become a principal has been postponed. So there is really a problem with career progression. So teachers need to wait until we get over this pandemic to get promoted. And then the workloads, yes. Workloads have always been a problem in the educative system. Now that we have faced with a pandemic, we have given more burdens of works. All right, so at least administrators should think of ways how to at least help teachers be at ease or yeah, at least lessen the burden of the many workloads, although it cannot be avoided. And teachers have to accept it, that workloads cannot be avoided and that nobody could perform those jobs but them. So at least we can see that the administrators are working very hard to at least lessen the burden, or at least make them realize that despite being burdened with a lot of workloads, they still get support from the admin. Let's talk about the non-teaching staff, another important individuals in the educative system. Of course, these non-teaching staff are, let's say, the registrars, the security guards, the ones in charge of the canteen, and a lot of individuals who perform duties and responsibilities in the school. But these are not the individuals who are actually teaching. Okay, so we have to look at their health as well, the health risk. All right. And then retrenchment. So since schools have been closed, so a lot of people are thinking that security guards do not have any schools to watch or to guide, so they have been retrenched from their posts. But it is now that we need them more. All right, with the closures of a lot of schools, we have to provide these individuals alternative jobs, so as to at least survive their everyday living in the midst of this health crisis. And of course, their well-being. Imagine the anxiety of being removed from your job. It's really a burden, and it causes a lot of stress and yeah, depressions to an individual. The school in general. All right, so what do we have to look into when we consider the impact of the COVID-19 to schools? We have to look on the technical infrastructure and the accessibility. A while ago there was a question, what technology could you suggest to a school located in a mountainous area, or in a school located at a far-flung area? So really it is a challenge how we could augment the scarcity of infrastructures, so at least these schools could cope up with the changes and the demands of the present scenario. So we have to provide them with different supports, stable internet connection, devices to use, computers to utilize, to at least they could continue operating and catering to students' education. And then the field of study reliance, as well as the scarcity of resources. When we talk about this, there are actually courses that are highly technical, meaning these courses that require actual application in the field, those who are doing their on-the-job training. So these courses, especially in the higher education, even in the senior high school, they are doing their immersion. All right, these are the challenges. How can we send practice teachers, for instance, to different schools? How can we send apprentice doctor to hospitals? All right.
1 minute more, sir.
All right. All right. So the scarcity of resources, the demand and supply is another consideration, and of course the temporary and permanent closure and shutdown. All right. So when we talk about the system, it's how the school operates. Let me go through this quick. It's how the school operates, and of course we have to think of how we could go through this education, considering the challenges that we are encountering. Now, I have mentioned this a while ago. I have already mentioned this, so let me go through the end of my presentation, since I already mentioned this. So the only opportunities that we could see during this pandemic is we have given the opportunity to collaborate with a lot of people, like what we are doing nowadays. We are collaborating with a lot of speakers worldwide, so we get to know what best practices they have, and what strategies they are implementing or using to at least augment the need of the challenges that we are encountering worldwide. So that's all that I could share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Albert Kadis Bulawat, Doctor of Education, for presentation. Because today, now the time is up. So we say thank you for your participation. Have a nice day and see you again. Thank you. This is the end of the third session. So I back the microphone for MC.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Elim Trika Sudarsi. And we express our gratitude for all of the speakers at the third session. And okay, Excellency, all of the participants. Now we come to the last session in this first day, and it will be led by Mr. Marcus Deri Girik Alo MPD as a moderator. Time's yours.
Hello, can you hear me, Ibu Nilma?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Nilma. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of our session in this day on Friday. So, in these sessions, we have five keynote speakers. So, let me check the five keynote speaker here. The first is Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan from ITAR Group Kuwait. The second one is Muhammad Mahmoud Abu Hassan from Bahrain, and the third is Amir Abbas Chaudhry from Pakistan, and the fourth is engineer Dr. Muhammad Mujaba Asad from Pakistan, and the last one is Dr. Mutmaina SPDI MPD from Indonesia. So before we present a presentation from keynote speakers, I would like to remind for all of the keynote speakers that we have 15 minutes. Matahari, okay. 15 minutes for keynote speaker to deliver the presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. So, allow me to welcome the first speaker. He is a respectable Dr. Muhammad Al-Katan. How are you here, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan? Again, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, are you here? Well, we are going to move to the second one is Muhammad Mahmoud Abu Hassan. Are you here, sir? Okay, because the first and the second keynote speakers seems that not here in the room, so I'll give the opportunity to Ibu Nilma SMEC to hold this room. Ibu Nilma, we need to break for a while. We need to break for a while.
Okay, we wait for the several speakers.
Oh, hello, Ibu Nilma.
We wait for the several speakers for this time.
Yeah, we need 10 minutes to run 10 minutes to wait for them.
Okay, we back to Mr. Wilson.
It may seem strange to the outside world. Completely at home with the dead.
All participants, sorry, in this slide show now, you can see a part of our culture in Toraja, namely Manene. Yeah, and some of culture we show for you all. Yeah, you can face in Toraja when you come here. And we hope one day you can come in Toraja to enjoy the panorama and also to see our culture.
The deceased are considered sick, not dead, until the funeral. Food, and even cigarettes are offered to them daily. As funeral plans are being made. Fact number 2. Torajan funerals are joyous celebrations with rituals and animal sacrifices.
Okay, Mr. Marcos, can we start the last session?
Definitely, ma'am. Okay, Ibu Nilma.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems that Dr. Ali Al-Matari are ready to present or deliver his presentation this day.
Okay, you can start the last session now.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Uh,
Good morning.
well, ladies and gentlemen, seems that Dr. Ali Al-Matari is ready to present his topic today.
Yes, inshallah.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am ready. Can you hear my sound, please? Can you hear my sound?
Yeah, clearly, sir.
Okay, okay. I will share my screen now. Okay. Let me share my screen.
Much better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in this first chance will be deliver of presentation by Dr. Ali Al-Matari from Educational Technologies at North Sarkia Education, Oman. So, his respectable Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan to deliver his presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marcos. And also, it's my pleasure to be participate in UKI conference. And so, thank you so much for all friends who attended me to participate in this conference. And thank you also for moderate this speak, inshallah. Actually, my presenter will be I will try to present the research as we done with my colleagues. The research this research will try to get the expected roles of schools and family in distance learning in Oman during the COVID-19 pandemic from the student view. This is a study we done before 3 months. And we look for the role of school and family in Corona pandemic. Study problem, since the education stopped, as all speakers told us before in their presentation, since the education stopped due to the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, schools closed, and around for 10 months and more than 1.6 billion students, they are not allowed to go to a school. So, and there is a lot of challenges come from internet connection, from device not available for the evaluation of the new learn distance, and not clear for the teacher and for students and for parents. So as we see this map, figure show a global rating for closed school, where the blue colors indicates schools that have not closed their doors. In the bars of the map, it is the last visible colors compared to the purple color, which refer to countries that completely closed state schools, and the pink colors, which indicate closures and local level in those countries. And this is the problem. We miss education for 2 months, and the all countries that are not ready and didn't have another plan to make ready for distance learning. According the World Bank reports, school closures have been, as I told before, and also the 80% of students are not allowed to go to a school. During this pandemic, families fears about how their children will learn, increased with the emergence of great challenges facing distance education, most notably. The number of children in Omani families and the difficulty of providing a computer for each student it's one of challenges. Weak communication networks, especially in infrastructures and high prices for the internet connection. Also concern for the parents about how to help their children to learn without the usual physical presence of teachers. From the ability for understand mechanism of the work of distance learning and platform and how to moderate the progress of their children in them. So the family they get attention about this point, and also the schools and teachers, and also all the community, because something new, how to try to skip these challenges and try to solve in the future. The type of evaluation also it's missing, because the usual evaluation students should come to the school and stay with front of the teacher, and teacher try to give him a paper exam and ask him some question to evaluate the student, and it's that's normal. So that the families they'll get worrying aware about this point also. The school suddenly found itself facing new obstacles to be added to the list of. I can make it short. This one, the school principal, actually, in this pandemic, they are tension about how try to moderate schools, how to what is the new the school about e-learning. They didn't know. They need to get trained. So before in October, since October, in Sharqiya North, we trained more than 3,000 teachers and school principal to how to use platforms in education, and also which we trained teachers also to communicate with students and which program it will be fine to use in distance learning. So all this development we try to impose a description of the new rules for both family and the school, so that education achieves its goals and maintains the quality of its students' outcomes. Also, therefore, the study problem is defined into following main question. Actually, we have 5 questions we try to answer in this research. The main question: what are the expected roles of schools and family in the e-learning of general education diploma? General education diploma, it's mean K-12. The last year, K-12 and Sultanate of Oman, we take their opinion about the distance learning from their view. And there's the following sub-question. We have what are the school expected roles in distance learning? And the second question, what are the expected role of family? Third question, are there statistically significant difference at the general diploma students' perspective of the expected school and family roles in their learning, considering the COVID-19 pandemic due to the variables gender and education governance. Question number 4, what are the challenges facing the distance learning from the student view. And the last question: what are the way to reduce the challenges facing the distance learning? The limit of study, we take 3 governance: Sharqi North, Al-Buraymi government, and Musandam government. The study done in October 2020, human board general education diploma. It's mean student in K-12, and the limit of study, the expected of roles of schools and families. Actually, what is the tools for distance learning? We have many tools of distance learning: social network like WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, Wiki, and websites. We have websites also, and education platforms. And we used in Sadat Oman, we used Google Classroom from the grade 5 to 12, and from grade 1 to 4, we used the local platform. It's called Mandara. It's like Mirror. The next distance learning tools, mobile education apps. We have a lot of education apps we use and train the teacher to use, especially to be active learning with the students, and there's interactive with the students, especially in the working in the groups or in Google Classroom or the platforms. Learning management system, LMS, we use Google Classroom from 5 to 12. The study population, the study sample include 220 students. When they see this this time table, the variable gender, we have male 49 and female 171, and we take from 3 governance, and this is the total. Study tools, we use the 2 tools: the questionnaire, consider of 45 items, divide in 2 areas. And as we see, we have school social roles, school academic roles, and also school technical use, also for family. We have social roles and academic and technical roles. The method of the interview, which this is the method 2. We make interview for 220 students and ask them for 2 questions. The first question, we try to measure the challenge that students face in distance learning. Why also we chose this student? Because in grade 12, because these students, they are already learned in last March 2020, when the corona pandemic it's will happen. The learning is not stopped, but we try to complete learning by using Google Classroom, and we apply for the student. More than 40,000 students, they apply for this Google Classroom, and they know what is the challenge. So we chose these students, K-12 students, because last year they are in grade 12, grade 11, so they know the difficulties and the challenge. The second question, whether reduce the challenge facing distance education considering the COVID-19 pandemic. Results. The level of school roles in distance learning was high, reaching the mean level total score 4.59. The level of family roles distance learning was high also, with the mean 4.48. There are no statistical significant difference in the general diploma students' perception of the expected family and school roles according to the gender variables and the education government. We try to analyze the challenge facing the students from their view, and we have many challenges. We have internet service channels and networks and device available and cost and support and learning environment like training, awareness, use the platforms and familiarity with its components. Follow up of the students, school, parents, support for and solvent students and those with limited income. Also, we have problems related to student understanding of the lesson because we have facing a lot of challenges, and I will do it as a parent as a researcher also. And also for blended learning because from grade 1 to 4 we use blended learning also in grade 12. So, and there's also a student facing some problems because some students they not allowed to go to school because internet. Some of them blended learning in grade 12 50-50. It's mean this week you go to school, next week you stay at home. When you stay at home, you're facing problem with internet connection. And also maybe you don't have a device to connect with teacher and follow your subject study. How the ways to produce the challenge facing distance education from the student view. Students see the internet also availability. It's important. Network also is important. Device is important, and also from the internet they need support from the government and private sector to provide some offers that is giving for students and their families. For network, we need to upgrade the internet connection, especially in this time. Device, actually, we have many what's it's called, many supports like a company and government of Oman. They support to give a device for the students, and also for support and learning environment. This is a big challenge because some families they don't have a place for students they are study, but the student is learn. Some of them they stay in the mountain, like you see, before stay in the mountain, also looking for the network, but they have the motivation to learn, and they are facing a problem, but the challenge is they will try to skip this challenge. Problem related to student understanding of lesson is 25%. Actually, this is a problem because some of students, especially in grade 1 to 4, when the teacher try to log in Mandara, it's called Mandara platform, they didn't find the students. There's no students, or there are students there and there are no teachers. So they cannot communicate with the teacher and students. And the studies from in Oman start in 1st of November until now, complete 1 month, maybe 2 lessons or 3 lessons. Like a parent, I am staying at home because I have Corona before and stay at home for maybe 20 days. And I try to see my daughter what she is learning. She's learning nothing. Maybe last 2 days. And also worrying about blended learning. Recommendation and proposal. We need to be the first recommendation. We should make strong link between the school and home and family in order to achieve joint cooperation in activating distance education. Without family, we can school without family, especially in this kind of education, nothing, because the parents are staying at home. They should support their kids to learn. The Minister of Education should especially recommend that evaluate distance learning, because until now, we don't have a statement clear or document clear for how to evaluate students in distance learning. And last 2 days, we have meeting with Minister of Education to clear some point about this issue. I think awareness leaves for the teacher, school principal, and they give some course. We need to give some course or something. The course not enough, but we need more rule for the social networking and websites and Ministry of Education to be clear about distance learning, providing a device, laptop and smart device to students at nominal prices, along with providing support for their purchase, improving the structures and it is technical and technology equipment in public school. Proposal: conducting an evaluation study for the distance education experience in public education school in the Sultanate of Oman in consenting the COVID-19 pandemic. Conducting study on the obstacles to using digital platforms and teaching in public education school Sultanate of Oman during the COVID-19. How many minutes I have, Mr. Marcos? Mr. Marcos, how many minutes I have?
We have around 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, it's complete 20 minutes?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I complete my research. I complete my presentation, and the conclusion now. We know this is the part of our life, about of the chink of education that's made the teacher. It's come like a dream, you know, for the government and for the teachers. But we cannot live without distance learning, because some of countries like the speakers show and they're presented, some of places need to distance learning and some of them doesn't need. So this is a new step in our life, and I hope inshallah to get the chance to improve our internet service and networking and the curriculums also in the way of evaluate the curriculum. Thank you so much, Mr. Marcos, for moderating this section. And if there's any question, I will be ready to answer. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ali Al-Matari, for giving such a valuable and interesting presentation about online learning teaching in context area, in home context and school context area. So it seems that the participant, no one participant gave a question.
I will send inshallah my presentation in after. I will send now inshallah. Okay. I will see if there's any question. I'm ready to answer.
Maybe from me. In your views, which is the biggest impact to the students' change? Home context influences or school context influences in terms of the role of both of the two contexts?
Not clear. The question not clear. I couldn't hear. Can you repeat again the question?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that from the two contexts, school context and home context,
yes.
Which context that really give significant impact on students' change in terms of the student achievement during the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic?
In school academic, from the rural family, the academic roles, more significant than the social and the academic from the family, but the IT from the school roles. From the school's roles, the IT is more significant than two roles. So the family, they are looking for the academic. What is the value of this learning in the students' marks, and the family looking for the marks. What is the evaluate of students? So this is the family. Where's my student? What he's learned? How they can evaluate? I know he's learned. Now, there's no clear document to evaluate the student. From the school roles, looking for technical, because some the Sultanate of Oman is more than 320,000 kilometers square. So it's bigger, and we have mountain, we have desert, we have sea. So they're not living in the cities. Some of them, they are standing in the above of the mountain, also to get the signal of network. Okay. Yes, we have economy, we have everything, but it is a challenge. So the government will they're not ready for this situation, because they don't think if this is a corona is come, like this big challenge that's the world facing. Thank you, Mr. Max, for this question.
Well, again, thank you, Dr. Ali Al-Matari, for giving informative and interesting presentation and responding my question in this session. So we hope we can meet in a real presentation or real conference someday, sir.
Inshallah, Mr. Marcus, we hope that, inshallah. And I am really sorry, I'm really happy, and it's my honor to participate in this conference. Inshallah, I hope next time, inshallah, will be in live. I'm meeting you and Andy and Prof. Mutmain, inshallah. And thank you so much for the organization of the conference. Thank you so much, Mr. Marcus, for moderating this section. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we have heard about the first keynote speaker's presentation, and we will turn to the second one. I will call Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan to deliver his presentation. Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan, are you here? Again, I invite Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan to deliver your presentation. Are you here, sir? Well, we turn to the third one, Mr. Amir Abbas Chaudhry from Pakistan. I'll invite you, sir, to deliver your presentation in this session. Okay. We turn to the third one. I will welcome Mr. Engineer Dr. Muhammad Mujaba Asad from Pakistan. Are you there, sir? We turn to Mr. Muhammad Galal. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am here. Just a minute, please.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Muhammad Galal?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Well, uh, it is your turn to deliver your presentation in these sessions. I just remind for each keynote speaker and all the participants that the keynote speakers will deliver the presentation around 15 minutes and 5 minutes for question and answer. And then the participant can submit the question through chat room, and I'll read the selective question to the keynote speakers. That is Mr. Muhammad Galal. So now I'm going to welcome to the second speaker in the sessions. That is Mr. Muhammad Galal. So time is yours, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you from different countries around the world. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for having me today and for organizing such a great conference. But kindly just tell me if my voice and my screen they are clear. Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear me well?
here.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, clearly
Okay.
here, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Muhammad Galal. Actually, I'm from Egypt, but I live and work in Qatar as a teacher of English language at Ministry of Education and Higher Education. I am in my expert master trainer from Microsoft, and recently I have been selected for Microsoft Education Exchange program. Today, and as you know that COVID-19 has changed many things in our life, today, inshallah, I want to share with you my experience in dealing with technology here in Qatar and the way. My topic will be about misconceptions of using technology in the classroom. You know that COVID-19 has changed many things in our life, and of course, it has its impact on education. And by the beginning of last March, all of us, we were surprised with the spread of COVID-19 in many countries. Even doctors and medicine, they told us and mentioned that the majority of cases was among adults, but most of countries, they decided that the best decision is to close all the schools. And you know that some of them, they moved to online learning, maybe remote learning or blended learning. Today, inshallah, I will share with you the top or the most 5 misconceptions about implementing or using the technology in the classroom. I will start with number 1. Technology is very dangerous for our students. Some of us, teachers, maybe parents, maybe people in the community, think that using technology is very dangerous for our students. And you know that everything in our life has its 2 sides, pros and cons. But if we think of technology in just the black side, or maybe think just on the disadvantages or the cons, we will not use any technological tool in our classroom. But always remember that technology is just a tool that which can be used in constructive and destructive ways. It's not about the technology, it's about the way we use technology. So here we have to choose or to teach our students how to use technology. We have to help them to achieve the best way of using technology inside the classroom or even outside the classroom. And before asking our students to start using technology, we have to train them, we have to teach them about using this kind of technology. maybe not only students, also ministries of education or organizations should train teachers also to mentor students as they work on the internet and give them some tools to supervise their students' work or technology use. And we have to make sure or to teach our students about the culture of cyber safety and security before starting using this kind of technology. Well, the second point I want to talk about, it's about technology can solve all of your problems, you and your students' problem inside the classroom, in the classroom. Well, if you think that technology is a magic that you can use in order to solve all the problems you have inside the classroom, so it's totally wrong. Technology is just like a tool, like any other tool. It may help you in achieving your objective, maybe in solving some problems inside the classroom, but solving all the problems you have, I think it will not be something from the real world. Well, but you can use technology in a perfect way or in an effective way so that it will be more effective with your students and even with you. And by the end of the session that you used technology in, I think you will be able to achieve your goals or your objectives with your students. Well, while technology can be used or can be wonderfully beneficial to students and teachers, it would be unrealistic to consider it as an independent solution for students' development. Well, in order to make your technological tool very effective with your students, you have to plan for everything. When planning a lesson, you have to add a technological component only when you think it's be useful and help you in achieving your objectives inside the classroom. So for example, if you are planning to teach your students a specific topic about a specific place in your country, I think there is no need to use technology. But I think if you are going to organize a visit to that place so that they can explore more information directly from that place, I think this. Sorry, I think this one will be effective for your students if they learn more directly from the place itself. But if you are planning to teach them about a specific place in different country, I think it's better to use some of technological tools like Microsoft Teams or Microsoft Skype or Zoom to invite some of teachers to have a discussion about that place. Moving to the third point, I think technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers will be a big transformational and can make a big progress in our teaching learning process. Some people think that using technology cannot achieve a meaningful learning or doesn't support a meaningful learning in our classroom. So if you think like that, you have to have a look at the data. Many countries got after using technology or implementing the technology in the classroom. Well, while some technology can distract our students, teachers can take the advantage of using fun educational tools that are available on the internet, and most of them, I think, they are for free. By using or implementing some entertainment with or fun technological tools, I think your students can become more engaged and often feel they are participating more effective in during your classroom. Um, I think it's very important to know how to use the kind of technology you are dealing with. And here, before COVID-19, here we have the education in Qatar before the pandemic. And as I told you, that here in Qatar, we have a very unique experience with using the technology in our classrooms. Before COVID-19, as you see right now, we have a normal life in Qatar. We go to the school 5 days every week. We enjoy teaching using modern strategies and the latest tools of technology. You know here that you see right now that they are most of them they are engaged and they participate in different classes. And by the way, Qatar is ranked in the fourth position in education quality in the world and in the first one in the Middle East. During COVID-19 pandemic, we moved to remote learning at the beginning of the pandemic, and even Qatar is a very small country. We were able to achieve many remarkable things in education here during this hard time. And as you see now, this is the latest report on distance learning or remote learning during COVID-19 pandemic. By the beginning of this semester, we moved to blended learning in Qatar during the pandemic of COVID-19. And as you see right now, we have different styles of learning that we can deliver our content to our students, maybe by opening the cam and the teacher is presenting all the content to them so that they can see the teacher in a real situation. He is teaching to them, or maybe by the online sessions with them or face to face, so that taking into consideration all the conditions and the precautions they ask us to follow during this hard time. Well, technology creates opportunities to move outside the classroom and into the world to experience things that students can would ever experience in a traditional classroom. So always remember that technology is just a tool. Moving to another point, it's about educational gaming doesn't improve students' achievement. In teaching learning process, we can we can say that motivation is considered one of the most essential elements. So we have to think of new modern teaching strategies and methods that could help not only making students engaged and more involved in the lesson, but also which make them enjoying while they are learning. Motivation is one of the neglected parts in our classrooms. So, some teachers often forget that motivation is the main part of learners when skills or activities that we should take into consideration. Without learners' motivation, there will not be more be like any progress in our classroom. The concept of gamification of learning is an educational approach that we can use in order to motivate our students to learn more by using like video games or something like Minecraft or AR and VR technology in our classroom. In another way, we can say it's the process of transforming the typical academic components into gamification or gaming themes. Theming your classroom isn't we don't mean by that to transform or to change your classroom to be like gaming, but it's the concept of addressing or talking with the students' needs. Here we have the first point or the first game, the first concept of gamification I used. It was about using hour of code sessions. I decided to organize some hour of code sessions for my students so that I can make use of technology to develop their 21st century skills. They can learn more about coding, they can learn a new vocab, they can learn how they can build or can use a meaningful sentence in a problem or dealing with problem solving skill using technology. As you see right now, they learn, they play, and at the same time, they achieving the goals I have already said before. Another point, it's about changing or transforming all the reading skill, changing the way I teach reading skill by visualizing the content to be like AR and VR. It's like a story. With the help of using the technology, I changed this concept to visualize the content to my students so that they can explore information instead of asking them to read a text, then try to answer some questions or worksheets. I have also implemented artificial intelligence in teaching some specific points in English language here with my students in Qatar. And finally, if you want to implement this kind of technology in general or in achieving in your goals, like I am talking about gamification, you have to find games that allow you and your students to create things such as Minecraft, to find some games that allow your students to create their games, to teach others about things they learn, and of course, you have to take into consideration about developing the first one century skills. And here I have to tell you that if you want to develop 21st one century skills, you have to start using 21st one century technology tools we are facing or we are using nowadays. Last but not least, it's about technology is expensive. Some of people think that technology is expensive, and I totally agree with them. In many cases, if you need a projector or tablets, laptops, or even any other devices for teachers or students, you have to pay a large number of money. But pay attention that investing your money in education or any paying money for any technological tool will help you more and will save your time and effort if you consider about money, but money will come back to you if you save your time and your effort. Here I want to share with you that here in Qatar, Ministry of Education and Higher Education during this hard time and by the beginning of COVID-19, for students who didn't have maybe like devices like laptops or tablets, or even they didn't have access or to e-learning. Ministry of Education, through its cooperations with the telecommunications and authorities in Qatar, it has provided computers, tablets, laptops, and hundreds of devices of internet to students who needed them for home-based learning. Not only that, because you know that some of countries or some people they do not have internet access. Ministry of Education they launched an online platform. It's called Mazid. This platform it can work without the constant need to connect to the internet. This platform offers digital and interactive resources prepared by a qualified team of teachers, early education mentors, and specialists. In this platform, students can find many resources on maybe like interactive books, PDF, videos, many other digital learning materials that enrich their education. Well, about education and about technology is expensive. From this point, you can start using your cell phone, and I think most of our students they have mobile phones nowadays. So you can start using your mobile phone. You can start using mobile-free applications, and do not ask for the students to do many tasks at the same time. So try to be more specific and use just tools or applications that you and your students need, and of course do not make it hard for your students. Before start using any tool, you have to train your students. Well, moving to the end of my presentation, we have general recommendations if you want to implement technology inside your classroom. The first one is about redesign the learning environment so that your students can learn anywhere, anytime, and any place. Enhance the ability of educators to support and guide learners in an equitable learning environment. Ensure the digital resources can work together. Create trusted learning environment. Use different technological tools and manage your course content. Well, always remember that the contribution or the amount of your hard working and the contribution to students' life is something that cannot be explained in words. But we know that we have to change according to the conditions we live nowadays. So, as the COVID-19 changed many things in our life, it should change our things in our way we teach. Here we have to develop our skills, especially skills we deal with. We need to deal with technology. We have to read more. We have to find to join maybe like online courses. We have to exchange experience with our colleagues in different countries to know how we can implement or use technology in a perfect way with our students. Thanks a lot for having me today and giving me the chance to share my presentation with you. I think it's very important to collaborate together during this hard time and to share our experience. Thanks a lot for having me, and thanks a lot for your time and consideration. Feel free to contact me anytime. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Bye.
Excuse me, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Excuse me.
Yeah, I am here with you.
Yeah, we have 1 minute remaining, sir. A minute remaining, sir.
Okay, I am ready to answer any question if you have, or if you want to ask about a specific point, I am with you. I tried as much as possible as I can to summarize just five challenges or maybe misconceptions about using technology in the classroom, because I have heard from many teachers about using the technology. They consider it as a big challenge in their life or while they are planning to their classroom content. So, and also maybe not my colleagues in many principals or some responsibles are in many organizations, they consider that implementing the technology is a big headache for them. They have to spend a lot of money, they have to train teachers, but it's your role, it's your job. You have to improve your the quality of your the quality of education in your country. You have to do your best. You have to support both teachers and the students in your country to achieve quality or you to make education in the first place in your country. So I think that investing any money in your in education or in using the technology, maybe by using new tools, maybe by train or support your teachers with training sessions. I think this one will be very important, and you will know that maybe after maybe few months, like maybe 1 year, you will know that using this kind of technology and investing your money was something priceless.
Well, sir.
Well,
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much for Mr. Muhammad Galal Muhammad for delivering the presentation for today. It seems that there's no question from the participant. They are very pleased and interesting in your presentation, and hope that you can share this presentation for them through this chat box.
sure, it's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Galal Muhammad, for delivering your presentation in this day. Thank you. Um, well, ladies and gentlemen, we will turn to the next keynote speaker. This is Dr. Ali Al Matari. Sorry, Dr. Ahmad Al Katan. Are you here, sir?
I think Amir Abbas, right? No.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Amir, okay. Yeah, hello, ma'am. Hello, Dr. Muatmina.
Yeah. The session, Mr. Amir Abbas replaced Ocheng with my session for tomorrow. So he will be tomorrow.
Oh, he will be tomorrow. Mr. Amir, yeah?
Yeah, Mr. Amir Abbas.
Mr. Amir Abbas will be tomorrow.
Yeah, from Pakistan.
Well, ma'am. And then in this turns, go to Dr. Ahmad Al Katan, ma'am, right?
I changed Mr. Amir.
Oh, okay.
Amir text my. So me the first and then.
Oh, well. So it is your turn, ma'am, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, this is my turn.
Okay.
If you allow me.
Okay. With pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you. So allow me to share my screen.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote speaker is Dr. Mutmaina SPDE MPD. His affiliation is from Universitas Al Azharia Mandar, Indonesia. So time is yours, ma'am.
Make this international webinar and invite me in this great event. So this is my identity. My name is Dr. Mutmaina. I'm from Al Azharia Mandar University, West Sulawesi. And this is my some of the number of the identity of my research organization. So feel free to cite me on the Google Scholar and Scopus. Well, today I wanna speak my topic today about teaching and learning amid COVID-19 using a social media in the classroom. I choose my topic today. This is because on the phenomenon or the issue that actually happening today during the COVID-19. Well, I divided the challenge highlighted through COVID-19 into the five highlight issue that you see here: productivity, education transformation, the social media, economy, and the digital era. So let's check it out one by one about the challenge that we have today, and also how to solve this problem. So the first one, let's have a look about our productivity. During we are practice, namely physical distancing and the social distancing, also we are emergency to must be adapt with the new culture in the learning and teaching process, namely ICT, information, communication, and the technology. And also when we are practice, namely physical distancing and the social distancing, because the COVID-19, we must to designing our curriculum and then integrated the technology or use technology, some of the platform application in the learning and teaching process. This is covered namely with the education transformation. Our education, we are transformed right now into the namely remote teaching, virtual classroom, and distance education. And then when we are combined between technology and pedagogy in learning and teaching process, I use one of the theory from Wang and Kan, namely cybergogy and the mobilegogy. And also, when we are practice, namely physical distancing and the social distancing, automatically our social community, our social interaction will be by using the social media. For example, by using WhatsApp groups, or by using Telegram, or by using Facebook Messenger, and the many more application to make our communication still happening in the virtual. Actually, we are in the virtual right now. For example, today we are meet here by using the platform namely Zoom. We are from all around the world together here in the real time, in the same time, based on our time zone, and we are meet here in the international webinar. And also right now, but because we are in the COVID-19, actually our economy down, and then when we are use the technology, this is synchronous, namely a synchronous strategy, and also this is a raise quota, or a need money to buy a quota or the internet quota. And because we are in the virtual era, we are in the digital era, we must know about the society 5.0, industry revolution 4.0, and the pedagogy evolution 3.0. Mean here, mostly our teaching and learning process, we are use the student-centered learning approach. Well, this is the data from some of the newspaper that happening in Indonesia, that actually during the COVID-19 in education sector, this is not only in Indonesia. Actually, this is happening all around the world about the using technology. Mostly, most of the teacher, the educator, they are wanna know how to use, how to teach, and also how to train the student by using the technology in the classroom. And this is the happening when Indonesia, actually our country really remote. As you know that Indonesia, we are the developing country, and most of our student, 50% our student in Indonesia, they are live in the rural area. Rural area mean here there is no connection, internet connection, and also most of our students, they are don't have device, don't have smartphone, or don't have a laptop to doing this activity, learning and teaching by using the internet. And then also why this is still not being discussed about education during the COVID-19, because actually we are still need how to upgrade our infrastructure. Infrastructure mean here information, communication, and technology, the infrastructure. So this is the impact of COVID-19 and the learning autonomy. Actually, this is the higher answer here. Mostly we can see here about should utilize ITC in learning and teaching process. And also by using the internet, we are actually lost our physical interaction, and then we are moving by using the platform or the application. And then all of this problem, the phenomena or the issue I cover with our menu today, emerging generation C trend for the next education. How is the social media being used in the classroom today? And what about our ministry? This is the policy about Merdeka Belajar or freedom to learn. Well, let's have a look one by one. This is about emerging generation C trend for the next education. As you know that this is actually when we are teaching right now. This is actually not about the how use the technology. This is not about the technology, but actually this is the pedagogy. In education, you know that in education, there is a methodology in teaching and learning process, and namely pedagogy. And then in education sector, this is not about how to transfer knowledge, but this is the holistic process, how we are teach our students and train them, upgrade their competence, their skill, and also teach them about the attitude, the character, the behavior, and then many more. And now we must know about our student characteristic today. The student, this is not about not like us, for example. And then using the technology, and you can teach different by based on their condition or their need or their generation. You know that most of the generation C, they are use namely smartphone, and then they are usually use some resources, and then they are multitasking. They can doing some the activities in one action. And what about the emerging gantry? This is in the next education. Actually, this is the characteristic, most of them. We must identify what about the learning style, the learning needs. So you can change your learning, your teaching style, and then we must know about the condition today, because ICT, we are develop information communication development today in the globalization era in the education, and then mostly the social media will be domination in the learning and teaching process.
Sorry,
Well,
ma'am.
this is
We have 3 minutes remaining, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait me.
Yeah.
And the
Go
next
on.
is about how to use the technology here in the to get there in the classroom. The teacher able to upgrade themselves and then support the deep learning, represent ideas in the power of full ways, organize productive learning process, and also evaluate themselves. Well, this is the learning paradigm system, and then we must know this is the evolution of the learning. And then at the present today, you must know about the transfer knowledge. This is as we can navigate right now. Well, this is the intersection between pedagogy and the technology. Actually, this is about the system change. And then in Indonesia during the COVID-19, we are our ministry have policy about the independent learning or freedom to learn. And then what about the media pedagogy? This is some of the theory by using social media in the learning and teaching process, because the media is adaptive and you can use various media in learning and teaching. In media education, this is you can use to effect not only for individual, but this is the society of the student. And then this is what about the technology in interaction here in the classroom. You must prepare about your interactional goal, design the thinking standard of the student, and then developing technology skill for the teacher. And also we need to train our teacher, our student, how to teach by using the technology or integrated technology in in the classroom. And also, what about the using social media? This is some of the theory by using the social media in the classroom, because the social media, this is the giant momentum in the online learning, because we are now our activity right now delivering by the using the internet. And then the theory of the concept using social media in the classroom, this is namely cybergogy, mobilegogy, and the pedagogy. One of the theory cybergogy, this is from Wang and Kang, and then you can use this theory, and when you are combined between pedagogy and the technology. Again and again, this is not about the technology, this is about the pedagogy, how you to design your syllabus, your lesson plan, your material, how to manage your classroom right now based on the student condition. And then one of them, you can use a social media. And this is how is actually the social media can be used today. For example, you can use Facebook to deliver the discussion, and then Instagram, Twitter, blog, and then YouTube. And then there is some way to use the integrate the social media in your lesson plan. You can see here to recite more, enjoy the learning process, create community for your student, and then many more. And also, what about the Merdeka Belajar? This is the policy of the freedom to learn by our Ministry of Culture and Education, because the COVID-19 actually make we need to redesign our curriculum based on the condition. And then this is, we need to be right now, what about Indonesia right now must be transformation their curriculum, and then collaboration with the industry to achieve namely the global competence. And then we must provide our student right now the future of education. Mostly our education will be in the cloud, or by using the platform or the virtual classroom. And this is actually the highlight core, the highlight goal of the Merdeka Belajar from our ministry. We need to our classroom lead to a discussion, and then mostly this is the student-centered learning approach. And then to upgrade your knowledge or your resources, here you can use some of the platform. This is from the ministry by using this is LMS. This is Pada from Kemendikbud. And for the international, this is you can use a Coursera. You can joining this the training and the course. And also this is the some of the platform, namely Future Learn. And then at webinar, and then this is Elsevier webinar. This is supporting namely Merdeka Belajar. You can learn anytime and anywhere in many places. And this is some of the application that you can be used to improve the skill of your student. For example, in communication, you can use a Facebook. This is a social media. Collaboration, you can use Facebook. Critical thinking and problem solving, you can use Padlet or Google. Creative and innovation, you can use here, for example, Picasa. And there are many applications that you can use how to achieve or upgrade or improve your student skill here. Yeah. And this is not only about by using the some of the application or the tool. This is, I want to show to you some of the here, namely one of the platform that you can be used. This is namely the platform here, namely Co-Space Edu. You can download it and you can play. This is some like a games. Then artificial intelligence. This is to supporting a student English competence. I know UKI Toraja have English department, and you can give this as a website, the artificial intelligence for your student to improve their English competence, their conversation, their speaking skill by using here you can see EVBoot, Mitsuku, and Replica. This is artificial intelligence friend. And then what about here when we are wanted to designing our curriculum, our syllabus? This is, for example, the syllabus. And then, for example, you can use the method by using John Dewey or Piesa here by using one of the method, constructivism theory or a project-based learning, and then the activity, you can designing your activity in the classroom by using the even interactional design by Gagne, and also to achieve the higher of thinking skill from Bloom taxonomy. Well, this is the example of the lesson plan when you wanna integrate the technology and then the method by using project-based learning or student-centered learning approach. This is the example of the lesson plan. By using a PISA or namely a project-based learning, this is the best in the context you can drive in the question and for your student. And then related to Gagne, this is you can introduce a new topic, and then based on the Bloom taxonomy, this is still in the low thinking, thinking process, remembering and understanding, and the technology that you can be used or digital tool, for example, by using a Googling or a Google. And in the discover phase, discussion and presentation based on the project-based learning, this is the method. You can help your student to discuss, analyze, and this is applying and analyze based on the Bloom taxonomy. You can use, for example, Padlet or blog, or one of by using the same application, namely still a Google Classroom. And the last, before you are closing your class, in the share page, you can giving the conclusion or unit feedback from your student, and providing a feedback. You can ask your student to predict, giving the prediction, and this is normally in the Bloom taxonomy. You achieve normally the learning outcome, the higher of thinking skill. You can ask your student to create their project by using video recording and then upload it into YouTube using the social media. This is the example. The lesson plan I break down into the 5 or phase here to achieve namely Bloom taxonomy. Yeah. You can see here in the warm up phase here, you can ask your student to watching, before watching the movie, you can ask them to understand about the volunteer, because this film talking about the volunteer, and then while they are watching the movie, you can ask your student to remember the film chronology. And then in the presenting phase, you can ask your students to create their brainstorming. This is apply, analyze the word, for example, related to the volunteer concept, synonym or an antonym word. And then they can finding out the meaning and the phonetic transcription by using a digital dictionary by using their smartphone. And then in the practice, the student will discuss the mandate based on the movie they have watched. This is achieved normally applying in the Bloom taxonomy. And then in the production, you can ask your student to write a composition based on the movie they have watched, and then the student will try to create the simple movie or video project by retelling the video they have watched. This is the creating. And then the last evaluation, you can ask your student to answer the question based on the materials given. This is in evaluation. And by using this pace here, you can achieve the learning outcome based on the Bloom taxonomy, and then this is a cover with the higher of thinking skill. Yeah, and this is by using song.
Sorry,
This is
ma'am.
normally lyric training. You can see here to improve your student English competence. This is for example. And when the last, before I close, you know that using technology cannot replace the teacher, but by using the technology, this is can help you to make your learning and teaching process more practical, efficient, and effective and efficient. This is my classroom by using the smartphone. The technology, this is before COVID-19 by using film, and then during the COVID-19. And also, this is what about the student if they don't have normally here internet connection? You can use one of the method here from cooperative learning by Robert Slapping, namely here TGT, Teams Games Tournament. And then, yeah. This is all I have today. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much for a great presentation from Dr. Muhatmina, SPDE, MPDE. Many reference related to pedagogy. We have used 30 minutes in your presentation, ma'am. Dr. Muhatmina, you can share your a presentation through chat room. Yeah. Dr. Muhatmina.
Yeah.
Again, thank you very much for your presentations. Our time is really up. We have used 30 minutes in this presentation, so I think the participant get all your presentations about pedagogy. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhatmina. We have to turn to the next and the last presentation in this session. He only have 15 minutes left to present his presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhatmina. See you in real conference later. We have to turn to the next keynote speakers in the sessions, in the last sessions. That is Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan. Hello, Dr.
Hello,
Ahmad
yeah.
Al-Katan.
Yes.
Yeah. We are very sorry for the limited time here. So it is your turn to present your presentation in this last session. So ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to welcome the last speakers in the sessions, his respectable Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan to deliver his presentation. Time is yours, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and also I want to thank all the organizers. Also, I want to thank Dr. Mutmainna for inviting me and help to organize this conference. So thank you so much, everyone. Today our lecture or the speech is about how the teaching equality by Dr. Ahmed Al-Gattan, the founder of ITAR group. And I am a visiting scholar in University of Bangor in United Kingdom and part-time in Arab Open University in Kuwait. So I publish 10 paper in international journal, book and one chapter, 12 articles under review. I am an editor in many books and journals. Also, I attend more than actually 50 international conference, and I am a member in a big association like American Accounting Association, European Accounting Association, in Kuwait and America, Europe, and Canada and Kuwait as well. I reviewed many journals in top ranked journal, Scopus and ABS and many other index. I got funded 10 times, in total 25,000. Give me a second, sorry. Yeah, I got also award many awards, the highest fund, the best poster, the best paper, and also the highest viewed paper in 2019, and I got the title of Pride of Kuwait in 2019 by Kuwaiti government. I attend also more than 85 workshop and seminars and international seminars. So this is a summary of me. So today I want to talk about the teaching equality. Teacher equality is the most important at university, schools, which is affect the student achievement and success, as you know. So if we have two teachers and one of them he's great in teaching and the other one he's not have, let's say, a great or better performance, as you can see, teacher in the top 20% of performance is generate 5 to 6 more months of student learning each year than the low performance teacher. A great teacher matter. As Raj et al. 2011, the impact of quality teaching endures. So the elementary and middle school, also the high school, who are taught by the more effective teacher. So in just 1 year attend for just 1 year attend a college at higher rate by age 18. So that's mean if we have a good teacher and very high quality and performance, that will let the student to success and join the university at the right time. So the quality of teacher preparation has a great impact on teachers and the students. So the teacher need, or the lecturer or professors, doctors in university, they need to prepare for their lecture. The need for improved teacher preparation, as you know, and this is, I feel sorry for that because most of the university do the same, which is 62% of the new teachers say they graduate from education school unprepared for the classroom. So we go to the school and until we graduate, but we learn many things. However, they didn't put us in the real life with the student as a class to engage with them and know the skills, the skills how to teach or how to prepare the class. So this is actually one of the mistakes, or let's say limitation, for many universities that didn't let the student learn or know how to prepare for the class in the future. Also here right now in COVID-19, we change from old school to new school, to the board or the blackboard or whiteboard, to the laptops, iPad, and use internet more than before. Also use many platform like Zoom right now, Webex, and many other platform. So also I want to encourage all of you. Most of you know how to use, for example, Zoom, but they don't know how to use Skype, for example, or Webex, or Meet, or Teams, for example. So the lecture or the lecturer or teacher in the schools, they should know more than a platform in case if something happened to this one, so they know how to use the other one. Also how to before the COVID-19, we all going to the campus or to the school and know if the students focus with us or not. However, right now many students, they just switch off their camera, so we don't know if they are sleeping, eating, watching TV, or playing in their phone. So so our focus now, how to let them focus with us and let them engage on our class. So this is the main target. as Tisia et al. In 2020, make your lecture more interaction and fun will help a student to have high grades. So one of the best programs or apps that let the student focus with your class and engage is
Hi, we're Kahoot. We're on a mission to make learning awesome. Our game-based learning platform is used by millions of people all over the world. Teachers, students, company employees, and lifelong learners. Kahoot makes it easy to create fun learning games or trivia quizzes in minutes, anytime, anywhere. We call them Kahoots. It works for any subject, in any language, on any device. You can also discover and play existing games. There are millions of Kahoots in our library. Kahoot can be played in a live setting with questions on a big screen, or on your mobile device where you see questions and answers on one screen. As well as in schools, Kahoot is played in companies, at events, and even parties to make learning awesome. Sign up today at kahoot.com. Let's play.
So yeah, Kahoot, one of them, but not the only one. There is many other examples like Forms, Plickers, Socrative, Books, Quizlies, and other software that let the student engage with your class. Also, technology as a VR, for example, that let the student more, have interaction and enjoy, have fun, and know something new. Also, this material maybe it's look fancy and it cost a lot. However, there is many other types. So there is an Amazon, like it's cost like around $10, so it's not that much. So anyone can use VR, and you can let the student try it. So as you can see in the top right picture, the student can see the earth in the front of his eyes. In the left side, however, he can see the virus, how it's look like in his in very close. So that let the student know more and have fun at the same time. Also, teaching without monitoring the teacher or the lecture, that is different. It's another case. So it's the state reporting and accountability for teacher preparation program are weak nowadays. So the boss or the head of the department need to monitor the lecturer and doctors, professors, everyone to in every semester by let's say surveys or surveys given to the student to to know if they understand in this semester, if the material is okay, so they can also the teacher, if he's let's say he's prepare and deliver the class smoothly and make it easier for the student, so the student understand what the lecturer talk about, which is if the teacher weak in some stuff, so the head of the department can put him in let's say workshops, seminars, or a program that let him improve in this thing. So as you can see here, for example, the first example, that independence. So when you leave the teacher alone from in his early career, he's weak, so he need to increase his confidence, so he can be okay with the student and the class. The last one, for example, academy, so he need to know more about his subject. So these stuff that after after put the surveys and this stuff, now we know what we are weak on, so we can improve it. Otherwise, how we can know? A new regulation will build on momentum in improving teacher training. So what I mean with that? So let's give you an example. Right now here in UK, most universities, which is top universities and also the regular one, they request from anyone who want to work a teaching certificate. This is not academic one, no, it's a professional one. Let's give you an example. So we have associate fellow, senior fellow, and principal fellow. All of these are a certificate that give the teacher some skills that let him know how to deal with his class, how to deliver his material, what is the new technology to deliver to the student. So this is, for example, a new regulation which has helped to improve the teaching quality. Also, attending workshop conferences that improve their knowledge and the skills, like this conference, let's say, and thanks for them and for effort and time that let us know a new information, new things, and what is goes right now in teaching around the world. Also, this is one of my conferences like CII 2020. This is as an example also in conferences. And this is also a workshop in technology in teaching also. What I meant here that nowadays COVID-19 make our life easier. Before we need to travel, cost a lot in travel tickets and pocket money and other stuff. But right now you just stay in the front of your laptop or computer, and you can see or join any conferences and workshop around the world, which cost less than before. So I encourage everyone to attend conferences, workshop, which will help them to improve their skills. And thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for Dr. Ahmad Alakatan for very informative and interesting presentations related to how to improve their teaching quality. Is there any question from participant in this room?
I put my account, so anyone want to contact me, most welcome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and effort. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation this day. Have a nice day, and hope that we will see you in the next presentation.
Thank you.
And now we will back to the MC. This is the last of presentation in this sessions, and in this day on Friday, international seminar on of UKI Toraja. It's MC, your turn now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marcus. And once again, we express our gratitude to all of the speakers, start from the first session until the last session for today. And we hope all of the knowledge, all of the information shared by all of the keynote speakers today will help us in our teaching and learning process. Also, it will be give some benefits and increase our overview related to the teaching and learning in this new normal era. Yeah. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last agenda for today. We will close the first day of the first international conference, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. And we invite Ibu Pendeta Dr. Johanna Tangirerung MPD to lead us in closing prayer. Time's yours.
Thank you, Nilma. Wow, it was a tiring day, is it?
Yes.
But I believe this is very fun because there are many nice presentation, and I think I know this is inspiring us to make our education more better. Okay, let us pray. Thank you, God, for your guidance and support throughout the day. The international webinar has finished today, finished well on the first day. We are grateful for the presentation that has been delivered by the presenter today. We believe this will give us enlightenment how to provide good learning according to our respective contexts. Thank you, God, for cooperation in the committee members in preparing all the activities throughout the day. Thank you also to all the participants who give their participation today. We will end today activities. There are some of us who will continue others activities, but also maybe some will soon have a rest with our family. We thank God to heal all our faiths so far today. And tomorrow we can gather again in this virtual room. We offer this prayer only in Jesus Christ, our Savior, and bless us more and more. Amen.
Okay, thank you Ibu Pendeta Dr. Johanna Tangirerung MPD.
Welcome.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and participation on this first day. And then we will continue our seminar tomorrow. We hope all of you enjoy this seminar at the first day and see you tomorrow. God bless us.
Photo session. Please on camera. Position. Please start video. Kamera ini pun bagus.
Please turn on your camera so we can have a photo session together. Okay, next one. Okay, and the last one. Thank you very much, everyone. We hope to see you tomorrow at 9. We still have more speakers tomorrow, and we hope you have a great day today. And thank you very much for all your attention. Thank you.
Okay, bye. See
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all the speakers.
See you tomorrow.
Lebih mantap video atau Pak Wilson? Excellent video.